meeting will now come to order. Welcome to the December 13th, 2021 meeting of the City of Raleigh Board of Adjustment. My name is Rodney Swink and I'm chair of the board. I'm joined by board members Justin Sutton, Kathy Rudisil, Donald Mile, Stephen Kinney, and Marvin Butler. Stephen Kinney will be hearing the cases today in place of John Kuntz, who cannot be here. The Board of Adjustment is a quasi-judicial body that is governed by the North Carolina General Statutes and the city's Unified Development Ordinance. We're authorized to hear requests for variances from the city's UDO, special use permits, and other requests as may be provided in the city's ordinances. In hearing cases, the board conducts a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing. That means it is like a court hearing. State law sets specific procedures and rules concerning how this board must make its decisions. The standard the applicant must meet to be granted the request is set forth in the UDO. The board hears and considers evidence presented at the hearing and applies the standard when making its decision. The board must base its decisions upon competent, material, and substantial evidence presented at the hearing. If you will be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and standards, not personal preference or opinion. Witnesses may testify as to facts to which they are competent to testify, so long as those facts relate to the legal standards. In addition, lay or non-expert witness testimony is limited to facts, not opinions. For certain topics, this board needs to hear opinion testimony from expert witnesses. These topics include projections about impacts on property values and projections about impacts on traffic safety. Focusing your testimony and arguments on the applicable facts and standard will allow the board to hear cases in an efficient and timely manner. Since today's meeting will be conducted remotely, in addition to the general quasi-judicial rules, today's hearings will be conducted in accordance with state statutes that allow for remote evidentiary hearings during the current COVID-19 states of emergency. For the convenience of those participating today, I'm going to outline how we will conduct today's remote evidentiary hearings. First, all witnesses must be sworn in. Because of the remote format, individuals who signed up to speak, as well as city staff participants, have already signed a written oath form, which will be reaffirmed on the record as they testify today. Participants will also already provided written consent to today's remote meeting. We will begin with a staff presentation from a member of the planning department. Following staff's presentation, the applicant will be acknowledged to present their case and witnesses. The Board of Adjustment will acknowledge the attorney or applicant for each case first as the point person for the applicant. Following the applicant, anyone else who signed up to participate in support or opposition to the request will be given the opportunity to speak. The applicant will be given the opportunity for cross-examination, as well as a rebuttal and a closing statement. When all testimony is complete, we will close the evidentiary hearing. The board members will deliberate and vote on the case. For variance request, a 4/5 vote of the board is required to grant the variance. For all other hearings and matters, the decision will be made by a simple majority of the board. Following the meeting, the board's decision will be prepared with written findings of fact and conclusions of law. The decision will be incorporated into the meeting minutes and will be adopted at the same time the meeting minutes are adopted. We will now conduct the evidentiary hearings on today's agenda with one change. Under new business, evidentiary hearing J, this is 350 East Six Forks Road, 350 East Six Forks Road LLC property owner. It's a variance BOA 0061-2021. This case has been withdrawn by the applicant and will not be heard. So let's begin with old business. Evidentiary hearing A. 11009 Ingleside Place, Westchester commercial property owner. The variance BOA 0010-2021. The attorney for this case has notified staff that they would like to request a continuance to the January 10th, 2022 Board of Adjustment meeting. The attorney is present today to make this request on the record. So Mr. Birch, Mr. Mills, one of you like to make this request?
Give me one moment just so I can unmute both of them.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, Chair, it's Michael Birch on behalf of the applicant, and yes, we are requesting a deferral to the January Board of Adjustment meeting, and we'll have two other kind of somewhat related cases on there, so we expect to move forward at that time.
Okay, thank you. This evidentiary hearing therefore is continued to the Board of Adjustment January 10th, 2022 meeting. Okay, again, under old business, evidentiary hearing B. It's 398 Carolina Avenue. Carolina Avenue Property LLC property owner. This is a variance, BOA 0052-20-21. Begin by swearing in our staff planner, Justin Booker. Mr. Booker, do you
Yes.
swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can give us your overview.
All right. Just making sure, can you guys see that okay? All right.
We can
Good
see the
afternoon.
slide and your notes. I'm
Oh,
not
you
sure if
can?
you're intending to do just the presentation.
Yeah, I can change that. Looks like I can't. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Apologies, I'm almost there. Just have to. All right. Can you guys still see those notes, or are you seeing the slide?
We still see your notes.
It's frustrating.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm gonna find a quick workaround. You still see the slides, correct?
See the slides. Now we're seeing your notes at the bottom. There you go. That should be it.
I can't see my notes for some reason.
I think when you're in presenter mode, it sort of hijacks your ability to have crib notes.
Yeah, I've done it before, but no.
Well, what would a virtual meeting be without some glitch, right?
Yeah, today's not the day. Okay. Just give me 1 more second, I apologize. Okay, so this is BOA case number 0052-2021 for 398 Carolina Avenue. Carolina Avenue Property LLC property owner is requesting a 100 square foot variance from the 478 square foot maximum front yard drive area, which is established by the methodology set forth by UDO section 5.6.1.c.1 for a 2 parking space driveway in association with the construction of a detached house. It's located on a 0.12 acre lot zoned R10 Special Residential Parking Overlay District. Here is the property, just an aerial. And lastly, here's the applicant's provided plot plan showing the dwelling and the proposed concrete driveway and sidewalk area. There are no other questions. I can hand it over to the applicant for their presentation.
Okay, thank you. Board members, have any questions for Mr. Booker? Okay, then let's move along to the applicant. The applicant will now present evidence and legal arguments in support of the request. Any evidence and argument must focus, of course, on the applicable standards. See, Mr. Birch or Mr. Mills, you will be able to proceed with your presentation and calling witnesses, and of course, they will have to be reaffirmed, their oath will need to be reaffirmed before they can testify.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Michael Birch with Longleaf Law Partners. And again, at the outset, I'll kind of reaffirm my oath and consent to the electronic meeting format, and would also ask that our application and presentation be included as part of the record. In addition to myself, I also have the property owner, Doug Watson, on with me today, and he'll be speaking after I do, and will of course be available for any questions the board may have. If we could go to the next slide, please. Here we have, just want to give you a sense of the property's location. So north of Western Boulevard, west of Powell Road, within this kind of neighborhood, very much in transition. And you can kind of see the overlay district there, kind of in that cross-hatched red. This is the special residential parking overlay district that applies to a portion of the city, really kind of in the West Raleigh area. But just want to give you a sense of kind of the neighborhood as well, because we'll be coming back to that. So if we could go to the next slide. So just to reiterate kind of the nature of the request, it is to a variance to the amount of kind of vehicular surface area that can exist within the front yard of this property. So we are asking for a variance of 100 feet that would allow the proposed vehicular surface area of 578 square feet there at the bottom of this slide. Now, within the special residential parking overlay district, there are this standard has two prongs. It says, the amount of driveway within the front yard has to be at least 40% or no more than 40% of the front yard area, which is kind of between the property line and where the front of the house is. Then the other kind of calculation is the depth of the front yard area multiplied by 12 plus 380 square feet. And so you can kind of see the results of those two equations. And it says, the code says, the one that applies is whichever is less or most restrictive. So in this case, our proposal for 578 square feet, while it complies with the kind of linear depth calculation, obviously we would be well below that. You can see our proposed square footage is about 100 square feet more than the 40% standard. And so that's the standard from which we are seeking a variance. We'll kind of get to the hardship and how it's peculiar to the property. If we could go to the next slide. So here is a picture of the house. So we'll see it on the next slide, but let's stay here for just a moment. You can see the driveway length kind of between the street and the house there. Now, a good portion of that driveway closest to the street is actually within the right of way, and so can't be used for kind of parking purposes. And so this house here has 4 bedrooms, and really the purpose of this request is to widen the driveway kind of on the, looking at the house on the left side, you can kind of see where the grass is already worn out from kind of the cars overhanging into the front yard, and kind of to deal with that issue and to be able to utilize pavement there instead of kind of killing the grass and causing other issues. Again, we're seeking to put pavement in that area. So kind of just to the left of the existing driveway area. We're not proposing any changes on the right-hand side. If we can go to the next slide, please. So this is an excerpt of the survey of the property. You can kind of see the 37.6 foot depth measurement that actually goes to the front of the house, not just the porch there. The driveway is at its widest point closest to the house, is about 15 feet wide, and then it tapers at its most narrow to a little over 10 feet closest to the right-of-way. And then again, I kind of wanted to point out that you see that area of the driveway between the right-of-way line and the actual edge of pavement of the street. But again, we cannot, can't park in that area. We've got to park on our property. So that area is not subject to the variance. It's just that area between our property line and the front of the house. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So this exhibit kind of shows, and I'll kind of highlight where the proposed changes are. But at the area of the driveway, again, everything on the right-hand side of what you're looking at will be unchanged. So that kind of current contour of the driveway will remain unchanged. On the left-hand side, we're proposing to widen the driveway about a foot. You can kind of see how it comes in front of the porch just a little bit, and then it will widen out as it approaches the right-of-way line there. So in total, again, we're asking for an increase of 100 square feet of driveway area. So staying on this slide, I kind of want to note that actually, if we can go back one. So the survey shows the property is just under 30 feet in width. So it's important to note that in the R10 district, the most narrow conforming lot that can be created through subdivision in the R10 district for a single family house is 45 feet in width. And so this house is, essentially 2/3 of the minimum width that is allowed under the UDO. Now, this lot was able to be created in this way because as part of the original, call it kind of Sunset Village subdivision, back in the 40s, I believe, that it was subdivided into a lot of 30-foot wide lots. Now, at the time, a particular owner would buy multiple lots and build just one house on them, but never formally recombine those lots. And y'all have seen a number of variances over the last couple of years that have resulted from an owner's ability to, essentially remove that house that sat on 3 or 4 lots and use the old kind of quote unquote ghost lot lines, and go back to, individual lots. And so the developer of this house, as well as the one to the west and 2 to the east, bought a property that was essentially 4 ghost lots with one house, removed that house, and then kind of, reestablished these 4 lots as 30-foot wide lots. Now, our client was not the developer of these properties. Our client, bought it from the builder with the house built and everything. So our client was not the one who went and did this and kind of created the situation with these non-conforming lots. So I spent time on that to kind of give you a sense of, really the hardship is driven by, our inability to meet that 40% standard. Now, that 40% standard is being applied to a non-conforming lot width, a lot that is really just 2/3 of the minimum lot width that a standard lot would be required to be. Now, if you applied that 40% standard to a conforming lot of 45 feet, with the house being in the same location at that 37.6 foot area there, our proposed 578 square feet would be well below the 40% standard, which would be 666 feet. So again, we're about, call it 88 feet under that 40% standard if we were dealing with a conforming lot. If we can go to the next property, again, these are kind of the other houses within the 4 lots. If we can go to the next slide. So here I wanted to show the board a number of properties where driveways are 2 cars wide and that exceed the 40% front yard standard. It is not an uncommon occurrence within this area, and all of these houses are north of Western, west of Powell, kind of in the same area as our lots. But a number of lots have driveways that exceed that 40% standard. If we can go to the next slide as well. And you can see that these driveways accommodate, 2 cars side by side, plus 2 cars in depth as well in many situations. The last slide, if we can go one more, again, just highlights these lots that kind of very obviously exceed the 40% standard in the front yard and allow for 2 cars side by side. If we could go back to one of the early slides with the overlay district, I just wanted to kind of point out where those are. You can see Heather Drive, kind of just to the southeast of the site. There's those new homes there on the west side of Heather Drive, call it the left side as you're heading on Heather from Western. And then the ones on Powell Drive are there kind of on the south side of Powell Drive, closest to Western Boulevard. So this is not what we're asking for is not a uncommon situation in the neighborhood. We're not creating something that does not already exist on a number of lots within the neighborhood. So again, our hardship results from conditions that are peculiar to the property. Not all lots in this area are non-conforming. There are a number of conforming lots in this area and even more broadly within the special residential parking overlay district area. But it does result from the kind of non-conforming lot width. Again, this hardship was not created by the property owner who took title to the lot after that non-conforming lot was created and built on. Last standard, requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance. Again, this ordinance is intended to provide for some uniformity around residential driveways And also, again, as I noted, this is not something that will be unusual in the area. Allowing this extra width will allow for kind of a safer movement in and out of the driveway for the cars that utilize this 4-bedroom house. It will allow cars to back out of the driveway without always having to move multiple cars to get out. And again, this driveway would be compatible with a number of the other detached homes within this area. From a, we've had the opportunity to speak with one of our adjoining neighbors kind of to the east. We've not had conversations recently with our neighbor to the west, but Doug has in the past, and we are aware of kind of two things that I think that we can address through this variance. One is from a drainage standpoint. I'll note that yes, we are asking to, the variance would allow us to apply more driveway area, impervious surface. But I want to note for the board that this property is well under the impervious surface limits for this property. So, and I want to be clear, we are not asking for a variance to the impervious limits on this property. So we are well under that. But at the time where our client was buying the property from the builder, he noticed there were some kind of surface water issues. And so he asked the builder at the time to install drains on either side to help with that. It just so turns out that those drains were installed at the wrong elevation. And so the water is kind of getting behind the drains and still having those surface water issues. But if this variance is granted as part of the work on the driveway, our owner is willing to kind of redo those drain inlets, placing them at the right elevation so it will actually capture the water and direct it to where it needs to go without running kind of sheet flowing along the surface. That's item one. Item two, if we're able to go to the picture of the front of the house, maybe two slides forward. Right there. So, there's among these 4 lots, and if you go to the next slide, you'll kind of see it maybe a little bit. Sorry, one more, and probably one more after that to see the other lots. But when I would say there's really no vegetation that was installed by the builder on these lots. And so, but as a part of this variance, the owner is willing to agree to a condition that he'll plant 2 understory trees, one on either side of the driveway, or one on each side of the driveway. I say understory just so that it doesn't kind of create maintenance issues, but the understory would also kind of it's more of a kind of screening tree, provides visual interest kind of more at the eye level as opposed to a higher shade tree. So the owner is willing to have those 2 items as conditions of approval. So that brings my presentation to a close. I do want to give the owner, Doug Watson, an opportunity if there's anything that he wishes to add to the presentation before we bring it to a close. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Mr. Watson, if you have something to say, I need to reaffirm your oath. So if you could, for the record, please state your name, your address, and your relationship to the case.
My name is Doug Watson. My office address is 2475 Wendell Boulevard in Wendell, North Carolina. And I am the owner of the property.
Okay, thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Yeah, just actually, Michael did great at covering pretty much everything that I had. But what I would like to share is that if you look at the slide that we're on and you see we have a one-car garage, which is pretty much not usable by anyone in the current case, because if you park in that garage, and let's just assume you park 1 or 2 cars behind, then somebody's got to move at least 2 vehicles if you have 2 or 1 behind it every day, every morning, every evening to get somebody in and out of the garage. So we virtually don't really use the garage. And at the same time, back to Michael made a point that, we have a permitted 4-bedroom home. And I would assume, as in most of you, I have 1 child, but with most of us, or most people, if there's 2 kids, we're kind of penalizing people to ever be able to have, 4 vehicles, 2 licensed, maybe teenagers or et cetera. And, without having to do a lot of juggling of cars. And like Michael said, from a safety standpoint as well. So that's another reason there. I think it just kind of makes sense that these driveways should be a little bit, be able to be a little bit wider. I've assured, at least my one neighbor that I spoke to earlier, that, I would make sure to take on the responsibility, making sure these things don't turn into parking lots, et cetera. Whatever that, is for the homeowners, or for my daughter, which lives in this house, for her and her roommates to park here. So, I just feel like with a 4-bedroom home, you need a place to park more than 2 vehicles, safely, without having to have a nightmare on, the grass, et cetera, from a maintenance standpoint. So anyway, that's really it. Unless anyone has any questions for me. When we were told, I will clarify too, we were not told when we bought the property, only when we wanted to, when I came to the city and to try to get a permit to do the widening, was the first that I was actually told that that the impervious was fine. Talked to Bradley Kimbrell in transportation, everything with the road tying in the driveway out of the road was fine. Only when I got to the point of dealing with zoning was when I found out that there was an issue with this, whatever you call it, parking overlay district or whatever, which is at that point is when they sent me this Article 5.6, which explained this. And once again, just to reiterate one more time, like Michael said, we meet all the conditions. And if we did have a 45-foot lot, we'd still be well under that. So I think that because these lots are non-conforming is what's really hindering the issue here with this 40% rule.
Mr. Birch, do you have anything else to offer at this time?
No, sir. Thank you very much. We're here to answer any board questions and, of course, an opportunity to address any comments that there may be. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Board members, do you have any questions for Mr. Birch or Mr. Watson? Okay. We had no participants in support signed up to speak. We do have some opposition. Mary Hodges, if you're with us, if you could please state your address and your relationship to the case, and I will reaffirm your oath.
Sure. My address is 396 Carolina Avenue. And I am the owner and I reside in the property.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
Okay, thank you. Go right ahead.
I'm actually going to withdraw my opposition. I was able to work things out with the property owner, so I have no further comments.
Okay. Well, thank you. And I guess given that, there will be no need for a cross-examination, Mr. Birch, or board questions. We also have Edward Kinsicki, who has signed up as in opposition. Mr. Kinsicki, if you're with us, would you please state your address and your relationship to the case?
Yes, hello, this is Edward Kinsicki. I live at 400 Carolina Avenue. I'm the owner of that property.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for hearing this. Basically, my biggest concern is the erosion that I'm already experiencing. We have, I do have a slideshow too, if I could pull up my first slide. Is that on hand? I had a PDF that was submitted, and this meeting had been moved from November to now, and I had submitted it for the November meeting.
Yes, give me 1 second. I think I can pull that up for you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kinsicki, while he's pulling that up, are you an immediate neighbor? Is that correct?
Yes, I am the neighbor to the west side.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Basically, I'm the neighbor in this slide. I'm the neighbor. Our homes are the four on the bottom with the white roofs. I'm the neighbor to the farthest right, the west, with the two cars in the driveway. Oop. Okay. And as you can see, our driveways can hold 3 vehicles. And if you are capable, you can pull 2 vehicles up right up against the garage side by side if you really wanted to. So in theory, we do all have 4 parking spots if you use the garage. So I do feel like our parking situation is fairly adequate here. So my biggest concern is the erosion that I'm experiencing already, and it had been mentioned by the lawyer for Doug. Basically, this is the first slide is to show that basically the current situation of our neighborhood is getting very compact, and we have very little grass compared to what normal neighborhoods have. And if we did have a 45-foot front, I would understand this proposal fully and not at all oppose it. But since we are 30 feet wide, our driveways are almost half of our entire front yards already. So if you could go to the next slide. This is basically what I am experiencing now. We have this slope that runs kind of towards my home. So I feel like I'm experiencing probably the worst of this drainage issue. And I've been in contact with the builder and with Doug, and very aware that we are struggling to keep our side yards to hold anything, because we are on I would guess about a 5-degree slope, 5 to 10 at most, from front to back. We drop about 20 feet from front to back. So as you see in the yellow, that's the already supplied drainage that our builder gave us. I had to, me and Doug actually had to fight for them to put that in there in the beginning, because our side yard was washing away. In the red squares, I hope you all can see this detailed enough, but in the red, you can see the grooves that are getting worn down in the middle of the yards between 396, 398, and 400. The last one is fairly well maintained there. That erosion was really bad when we first moved in. It's gotten somewhat better with those installations that the builder did, but I'm still struggling. And my backyard, unfortunately, they ran all the piping. All of our downspouts, everything is underground, draining off the property. So we're getting very little from the roofs. Pretty much, I'm getting everything from the driveway, Doug, 398, towards me. And then my driveway slopes a little bit towards that side, but also to my west as well. So I'm kind of sharing that drainage issue, contributing to it. So down the center of our home, if you go to the next slide, I'm sorry, this is from the other angle, just to give you a little more perspective of it. So you can see how the driveways can accommodate. My driveway is actually fairly small. Mine was the first one poured. My house is also the first completed. And this is only 6 months ago that we've all moved in. So that slope has really contributed a lot to basically my side yard. And you can see the erosion again in between our 2 homes, and also between 396 and 398. And you can also see here that we could fit another car behind mine, my 2 SUVs. So if you go one more slide, this one shows truly how bad our situation is. These are current photos with the last attempt by our builder to fix it. We do have an underground pipe there, and all of our gutters are piped down the sides of our homes. Now the problem is with that center one that's running between the 2 homes, that pipe drains out into right at the end of the house line. So basically right when our house stops, that pipe comes out. Therefore, all of that water that it does capture successfully washes off my backyard, and I'm getting a pretty good groove in my backyard where the soil has fallen, and I'm having a hard time keeping grass staying there. So really, my biggest concern is the fact that we have pretty bad erosion issues. I hear he's trying to address that, but I am concerned that more cement will just add to this issue and cause even more problems. And then I also, we only have 10 feet between the homes, so there's really not a whole lot that can be done in there. And I think that might be about it. Some of the examples that were shown, I do understand that there are those in the neighborhood. Some of them only have spots for 2 cars, and I believe that's why they probably did that. Another one that was on Heather that was shown in his slideshow, those garages are 2-car garages, so they're side by side. So I couldn't expect that you would have a single drive coming up to a 2-car garage. The one that did get an exception in our neighborhood already, their lot is much wider than ours, and their home is actually 22 feet compared to our 20 feet. Their garage is actually a wider garage. The door itself is 2.5 feet wider than our garage door. Our garage door is narrow because our whole home is very narrow. So I feel like this whole situation is compounded by, yes, a non-conforming lot, but a lot that we all knew of when we bought our homes. I mean, my house was here before all of these others. It was already finished, so you could see pretty much how tight everything was going to be upon completion. So that's pretty much all I have. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my fiance, Pamela. So thank you very much for hearing me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kinsicki. Board questions for Mr. Kinsicki.
Mr. Kinsicki, per Mr. Birch's, this is Marvin Butler, per Mr. Birch's comment from item 1, that if this was approved and the work that Mr. Watson's going to do, you think that would improve the drainage if he does that correctly?
It's possible, but again, we have so little grass already in our front yards. I'm concerned that we're just adding more, and I'm already struggling. So to kind of trust that the builders come back twice trying to fix this, and that we're going to get it fixed and then have cars and a bigger driveway, I am a little concerned about that. Plus the unsightliness of having up to 5 cars in their driveway. I didn't want to fight it on those terms because I can't tell you not to park whatever you want to park in your driveway, but 5 cars in front of these homes feels, or even 4, feels a bit extreme if you're not even using the garage. So I was just concerned about that, but I feel like the erosion is a much bigger issue because I can't stop that. I can't make my yard not impacted by that. Sure, site is different, but my actual yard is a struggle because my backyard west side is the lowest point in the neighborhood, and it goes to a stream behind our home, and I get everything down that path. So, and I hope to use my backyard. It does become quite a mud pit in the rain. So.
Thank you. Chairman Swink, would you rather Mr. Birch speak to that, or Mr. Watson? If that's possible, maybe it's already closed, I'm not sure.
No, thank you. We'll give them that opportunity, Marvin. We would like for them to respond, but let's see if there are any more board questions for Mr. Kinsicki first.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Yes, good morning. Good afternoon. This is Don. My question to the homeowner is, when the home was built, what was the grading? Was there any French drains or anything put in that would allow the water to run away from your property? And are you concerned about the water coming from the other gentleman's yard onto yours? So is there a drainage in the road there, anything to run this water away?
Mr. Mile, if you will allow us to hold that question, and let's just finish with Mr. Kinsicki first, and then we'll come back and raise that question with the property owner.
Okay.
So good question, but you'll hold that for now. Any other questions for Mr. Kinsicki and his testimony?
I'm sorry, was that question not for me then?
The question, we're going to hold the question until later. we're still talking about Mr. Kinsicki's testimony at this point.
Oh, okay.
So if we'll just,
Yeah, the question I would have, this is Kathy Rudisil, is have the parties themselves discussed taking some further action, because we don't want to, our board act to worsen this condition if there's an existing draining condition. So have the parties themselves tried to resolve this and make further efforts?
so
I
Mr.
have
Kinsicki,
spoken with-
that question can be for you. Has there been any effort to resolve this?
I have spoken with Doug, and he has helped me get help from our builder. That has still been unsuccessful. So yes, I have spoken to him about the drainage issues, actually given him photos to use to get our builder to try to help us, because initially our grooves and our runoff was even worse. So these pictures that I showed you now are the ones that are current of we've already tried to fix it. And I don't know if we have any more recourse with our builder.
Are there any other recommendations for what you should do to address it?
For me, I don't know. We have every single downspout in our home running off the property already. We have a French drain that does run between the two homes. It starts at the driveway ending. So basically right at the garage, we have a French drain. It runs down the center of our property, so on neither one of our property lines, and ends at the very back of the house. And therefore that water, when it is coming out, comes out with quite force and is onto our backyards then. So we do have as much, I think, pre-done drainage as we could have.
Can I speak at this point about that same question, Kathy? Because you asked, have we both made any effort to fix
No,
it?
sir, please, if we're still, we will give you that opportunity. Right now, Mr. Kinsicki has provided testimony, and it's our opportunity to question him about his testimony, and then we'll come back to you. Are there any other board questions for Mr. Kinsicki? Okay, Mr. Birch, now it is your turn to do any cross-examination, if you have any, for Mr. Kinsicki. And your client may also raise questions, but I'll give it to you first, Mr. Birch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I don't have any kind of cross-examination questions for Mr. Kinsicki, but would, if the time is right now, to address some of those comments and then also let Doug address a question or two from the board as well.
Okay, we did have questions from both Mr. Mile and Ms. Rudisil. And Ms. Rudisil was the latest, was asking for both of you to respond. So, Mr. Watson, you seem to want to answer that one, so go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Kathy, I have spoke with Joe Alercia back, well, actually just prior to this, and expressed the concerns that Edward and I had talked about with the drains and shared those pictures to him. I'll hold my comments on A Squared and Mr. Alercia. I'll try to make those very nice. He is very just, anyway, all right, I'll leave that. But anyway, he assured me after pretty much I had to threaten him via possibly a lawyer that he would take care of the drainage issues. As mentioned earlier, I had kind of postponed moving forward with getting him to do that because what I was hoping is that we could get this approval, and then I myself, I'm a general contractor, I myself could fix it. I'll just say better than he can fix it, because he don't seem to be too interested in taking care of issues. Edward can probably speak to that. So anyway, part of the problem is the drain that is between our home and Edward's home, between 398 and 400, is when they put the drain in, as Michael spoke to earlier, they put it in really in the wrong place and a little low. So some of the water that already comes out of our driveway, instead of it going into the drain, literally is running under our porch. Part of it, not all of it, but part of it is going under the front porch, which is a builder issue in itself, and not even getting in the drain. So what we were going to propose to do is, if we get approval for this, is to divert all the water, shift the drain slightly, put in a larger drain, and lower the drain so that we would be assured that all of the water that naturally flows would get into that drain. Obviously, that don't take care of any water that rains between the houses, when it's after the drain. As well, what I would offer to do is when Edward responds to that this drain, the water dumps out right at the back of the house, and I agree that's what it does. His yard is shaded quite a bit, so it has less of a chance of recouping and et cetera because the grass don't thrive. But I would propose as well in fixing that drain to extend it all the way back to the wood line. So then that would take care of some of the back issue as well. So yes, we have discussed it some with the builder. They've assured they would take care of it, but I feel more comfortable if I fix it myself.
Mr. Mile, your question, would you mind repeating that one?
Well, based on the answers that I've heard thus far, I pretty much have gotten
Okay.
my question answered.
Very good. Okay. Thank you. So, Mr. Birch, anything else in the way of, again, this is a cross-examination opportunity. We'll get to closing statements in a moment.
Mr. Swink, so again, no questions directly for Mr. Kinsicki. Just wanted to note on the erosion that you kind of already saw on the edge of the driveway. I would just note that that area obviously is compacted already. So I don't think there's a lot of infiltration occurring in that area. And so I think, putting pavement in that location, I don't think will really affect given its current compaction. And then also just want to note, and there were some references to kind of 3 cars being able to be parked in front of the garage. And just want to reiterate that actually we're not able to park in that area kind of from the right of way to the edge of pavement that is within the right of way. And that will become kind of even more of an issue as the city is kind of moving forward with a capital improvement program to put curb and gutter and sidewalk on both sides potentially. So cars obviously can't overhang in the right of way once that's done as well, because it would impact the sidewalk. So we really don't have as much length there because a portion of the driveway is within the right of way. So.
Okay. Trying to see where we are in the sequence of events. We have had our presentation from the applicant and from opposition. We, as a board, have asked questions. Let's move to the applicant rebuttal period. Will still be opportunity for board questions and staff comment. So Mr. Birch, you have just given some comment, but is there anything you would like to offer in the way of a rebuttal to what was said or closing statement?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll kind of just make this a closing statement. I think that what you've heard is that there are kind of existing drainage issues that resulted originally kind of from a builder standpoint, and even that first fix really didn't fix anything. And so I think you have, from a condition of approval standpoint, if this variance is approved, the owner of 398 is willing to kind of redo that work to fix the drainage issues by changing the elevation, by actually diverting water so it goes in the drain, not around the drain, and then also extending the drain line from where it currently terminates kind of at the rear of the house to the edge of the woods on the property there. So that plus again, providing a tree on either side of the driveway to kind of lessen the visual impact and provide some kind of a little more visual interest than is there today in between the houses. So I think with that, we're addressing kind of the drainage issues while at the same time kind of providing for safe and efficient use of the driveway by the folks that live in a 4-bedroom house.
Okay, Mr. Booker, anything from staff side that you'd like to speak to?
No, sir.
I do have a question for you, and I'll open up to the rest of the board with questions as well at this point. Regarding the conditions, if this were to be approved with those conditions, based on previous conversations, there's nothing that the city would necessarily be doing to monitor those conditions. So it would be really left to the applicant and then anyone impacted by those conditions to bring it to the attention of staff if nothing was done or if it was not done to the satisfaction as outlined in the conditions. Is that a fair statement, Ms. Hill?
I would actually, I have that same question with staff. I'm assuming, and I don't know who wants to answer this, if it's Justin, Keegan, or maybe even Michael. I'm assuming that this work would require a permit from the city. And if that's the case, then it can be a condition of approval of that permit perhaps. But I would ask staff to clarify that. And I also am trying my best to come up here with that condition regarding the storm drain, the language of it to make sure that it's enforceable. And that everybody knows specifically what we're talking about. So might need to get some into the weeds with that a little bit, but I would ask staff first to explain whether or not this could be tied to a potential permit. Or either Keegan, Justin, or Michael might know too if they're intending to submit a building permit for this.
Catherine, this is Michael Birch. I'm trying to get confirmation as well. My sense is a lot of these kind of French drain type issues don't require a city level permit. But I'm looking to see if the builder had to go get any approvals when he came out to redo it.
This is Eric Hodge. The driveway would need a zoning permit.
Yeah.
That was my thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
So with that staff, or, Eric or whoever, if there are conditions that the driveway prior to driveway permit issuance, modified driveway permit, that these conditions are met, would that be something that could be caught at that time on the staff level?
Staff could evaluate whatever the conditions were to verify that they're in place prior to signing off on the permit, on the completion of the driveway.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
I'm sorry, this is Edward Kinsicki, the neighbor. Can I ask a question of that?
Yes, let's go ahead and ask your question because I have a question for you too. So go ahead.
My question would be that if this work was to be done in accordance to get it done prior to the driveway, since this is a shared property line piece, I would have to then be part of that process because there's a chance that it could disturb something like a pipe on mine or my gas line. So I would be very basically concerned that if it's done by a homeowner without any true oversight, I mean, I don't know what my guarantees are on that at that stage, if that makes sense. Because this is a very tight property, so I could see it affecting my home. Therefore, I'm a little more concerned about saying, yeah, if you do this, then I will accept it. But I'm a little nervous about that.
Understand, Ms. Hill, something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, and I don't know if we have any stormwater staff on the line, but there are, I don't know enough. I'd have to ask staff if this is something that a property owner could do on their own, or if it would require the need for an additional permit with respect to the actual installation of the drains. And I think Michael might have indicated he was working on his end to see if that was, if they were going to need a permit for that. Michael, is that what you were looking at?
I was, but I think another way to address it is, in this case, and maybe we could include this in the condition language, it's not just any homeowner, right? It's a homeowner with a general contractor's license who would be doing the work. Again, that doesn't necessarily address the city level review, but it does from a quality insurance, that type of thing. And so, having the work required to be done by a licensed general contractor, could be part of the condition as well.
Yeah, there are certain types of drainage, land use, I'm sorry, erosion control, sedimentation. There's certain things that you do that trigger the requirement that you have a professional engineer what you're doing. And there's some things you can do on your own. I'm not sure. I guess what I was trying to figure out from staff is what's the threshold? Because if the requirement or the condition of the permit is that they have to, or the property owner will install these improvements to the existing drains, city staff will obviously have to accept what's required by the code. So if the code requires it be done by a professional engineer, that would have to be done. I'm just trying to find out for you, if we could, what the city would require at that time. But it would be evaluated just like anything else, that if it's under the purview that requires a professional engineer, that would have to be done. I just don't know the answer to whether or not that's the case or not with the specific level of project.
Yeah, it is a fair question because it's a site-specific volume of water that's at issue here. So it may fall under the threshold of city staff monitoring, and yet as a homeowner to homeowner, it's a legitimate question to be raising, and one that should have been resolved at the time of construction. Which gets us back to where we are, conversation. And board members, let's entertain some of your thoughts. Well, we haven't closed the evidentiary hearing yet, so there's still opportunity for questions, but I'd kind of like to get a sense of the group. If there are questions that you need answered, or if there's concerns that you have that can be relieved by staff or the other participants.
I have a real concern with us agreeing to modify or provide a variance for this driveway on an adjacent property when there's all these drainage issues. I mean, it seems to me like this should be cleared up before we take action to approve something like this. We just don't want to cause any further problems. I know what it's like when you can have drainage issues at your home, and we certainly don't want to take any action to adversely impact the value of their properties.
Mr. Swink, I'm sorry, can we unmute Mr. Birch really quickly too to ask him about that point and see if maybe they want to try to get some more clarity on that before you guys go down this path?
I was thinking that as well, Ms. Hill.
Thank you, Ms. Hill, and thank you, Mr. Swink. So what I was going to propose, just given the amount of time we've taken up with y'all's already, is to, if we're able to kind of hold this discussion, possibly bring it up later in the meeting. And in the meantime, we will reach out to stormwater staff to get a little clarity on the level of permitting and, design parameters that would be required to kind of, ensure that the work that's done is addressing the issue and that we can work that into the condition of approval language.
So you're proposing to just hold this at the table for now to be revisited later during today's meeting?
Yes, sir. If that's okay with the board. I think it's something that we can get an answer to fairly, by the end of your meeting today.
Well, I will say this, as you seek that out, I think that there's to be clear, legitimate concern about the flow of water. And I think it needs to be thought through to the satisfaction of Mr. Kinsicki, who's raised some legitimate questions. So if this involves any conversation with him, that's for you to figure out. But when it comes back to us, it would help us not only to know what the staff says can be done, but I think there's some discomfort I'm hearing among the board about moving forward with this without some strong confidence that it's not going to be a problem. So think about that as you take time away.
No, understood, Mr. Chair, and I would expect that our time would be spent not just with staff, but also talking with Mr. Kinsicki before coming back to you.
Ms. Hill, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you guys. If you want to hold this open until the end of your agenda and then see if Mr. Birch is able, and maybe we can get Ben Brown, if he's available, into the meeting as well. I don't know if BOA staff can work on that side. If you don't get that information by the end of the meeting, you can continue it, I guess, if the applicants, but it's really up to the parties. Everybody agrees to hold it open to the end of this hearing. This meeting, I'm sorry, I don't think that's I think that's fine.
Well,
Mr. Birch, I'm just looking, has the second to last item on the agenda, so it sounds like they're going to be here anyway.
yeah. Well, if it's okay, if there are no objections from the board or Mr. Kinsicki, who has spoken in this case, we will hold this item until later in the agenda, revisit it after we get to the last case. And hopefully y'all will have something to tell us at that time and we'll be able to resolve this one. So if that's okay, Mr. Birch?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and Mr. Watson?
Yes.
Okay, then let's hold this one and hopefully we'll get some resolution. Thank you both, all of you, for your efforts.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Will I be notified if this comes back online, or do I need to stay in this WebEx until then?
What's the procedure there, Mr. All? I know you're handling the meeting for us. What happens? Or Mr. Hodge, what do we do?
Hi, Chair Swing. This is Keegan McDonald. I've taken hosting duties. I can work with Mr. Kinsicki offline if he'd like to depart and let him know when the item comes back up.
I would appreciate that, as I have work meetings as well between now and then.
Sure.
Can I ask one quick question before we even go this route? Because the proposal for the driveway, I saw that and I wondered about the widening was the majority of that widening was in the right of way. Is that something that is permissible, or like the illustration we saw, it got wider at the street entrance, and that was very confusing to me. I did not know what his proposal was until this. So the majority of the addition was actually towards the street in the right of way. So
This is Mr. Birch. I can address that. We've already addressed that with transportation because it's in the right of way. It's not related to any city standard except for driveway width, which it complies with.
Okay.
So we've already cleared that with city staff.
okay. Keegan, I would appreciate that. You reaching out to me privately, and I will rejoin the meeting at that time. And I appreciate all of your time. Thank you.
Can I say one thing? Is there any way Edward and I could have a conversation? Edward, would you mind calling me? You have your number? My number?
Yes, sir.
The other option is just if you guys would like to just continue this matter so everybody can get what they need to get done and talk. So I guess that's up to the board and the applicant. But
I truly think I could work this out with Edward with his concern. If I can talk to him over the phone and we could come back today.
Okay, we'll give you that opportunity. And with that, thank you all. Let's move along. Use your time well. And now we will move on to new business. Evidentiary hearing A. This is 3008 Mayview Road. Jeffrey H. Bond and Judith Lee Williams, property owners. This is a variance, BOA 0050 20-21. Mr. Hodge, so let me swear you in and you can make your staff presentation. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And I guess you need.
I do.
There you go. Okay, Mr. Hodge, bring us up to speed on this one.
All right, let me get the slideshow going. All right, so this is a request for a 1-foot variance from the Unified Development Ordinance, section 1.5.4.D.1.A, which allows porches to extend up to 9 feet, including steps, into the required 26.6 foot required primary street setback for the construction of a porch addition on a 0.4 acre lot, zone residential 6, special residential parking overlay, and the property is located at 3008 Mayview Road. The existing home dates from the 1940s, and they wish to add a porch across the front of the existing home. And because of the topography, there are quite a few stairs involved. And to make the run meet the rise needed, the bottom step would be 1 foot too close per the regulation. This property is subject to residential infill compatibility, which sets the primary street setback for the front facade of the home at 26.6 feet. And again, a porch can encroach 9 feet thereinto. However, the porch and stairs in question encroach 10 feet. So a difference of the 1 foot, which is up for consideration today in the form of a variance. This is showing the existing house in the bottom right section with the crosshatch is where the porch is proposed to be constructed, and then the stairs therein. There are some stairs in the right of way, but those are existing that lead from the street up to the sidewalk, then to the stairs proposed on the front of the home. That sums up my presentation, unless the board has any questions of me at this time.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions for Mr. Hodge? Okay, let's move along. The applicant may now present evidence and legal arguments in support of this request. As a reminder, any evidence and argument must focus on the applicable standards. So, Mr. Bond, if you're with us, let me swear you in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go right ahead then.
Thank you very much for taking the time. I'm representing both myself and my wife in this. We do not have an attorney involved. We feel like this is a very simple application process. Eric, if you could go ahead to the next slide.
Bear with me just a moment, it freezes up.
Okay. Okay, as Eric alluded to, it's we have a front porch stoop that's not really deep enough for safety entry and exit of our home. The dimensions prevent more than one person at a time from standing at the front door. We have a storm door that swings as wide as the stoop is, limiting access to a portion of the stoop and pretty much restricting us to only one person at a time. In addition to that, there are precast steps that were placed at original constructions that have settled over time. So the steps are uneven, and while most of the steps are at 7 inches, the very last step up to the stoop is 10.5 inches. And there are a few more reasons on the next slide, Eric, if you'll move on to there. So this is the primary access to our home. There's no other front door available. So packages, groceries, mail, visitor, everybody accesses the house through this front door. And we've experienced one near accident when my wife lost her balance and nearly fell backwards off of this narrow stoop. Whenever we have visitors, we caution them about upon both arrival and departure to make sure that they're aware that that one last step is a large step, and that we're concerned that this could eventually be a liability issue. So, Eric, if we move to the next step, there you go. You may be able to tell from the view on the left that the one top step is larger than the others, but more importantly, the picture on the right shows a tape measure and the end of our storm door that's not completely open. When the storm door is completely open, it extends all the way to the edge of the stoop. Again, it's a very narrow situation. Eric, if you'll go on to the next slide. The variance is required because of the conditions under which this home was built. We purchased this home in 2013. The home was built in 1941. Obviously, codes, rules, and regulations have changed substantially since then. There's a power line easement that passes through our property, And we'll talk about that a little bit later, but it pushed the footprint of our home towards the front of the street, and our next door neighbor is pushed back because of the restrictions associated with building underneath this particular power line. We had the survey performed by Turning Point Surveying to confirm the variance and make sure that we're paying attention to all the requirements associated with UDO setback requirements. Okay, Eric. This is a view of the IMAP's representation of the homes on Mayview Road. And this points to my comment about the electrical power line easement that runs through our properties. And you'll note that our house is pushed forward with relation to all the other houses on the street that you can see. And our next door neighbor is pushed way back. Okay, Eric. Eric showed a copy or a print of the survey before, and these are just the two what I thought were important sections of the survey, showing the computations that were performed by the surveyor on the left, and then the actual dimensions that the survey that the proposed porch and the front property line need to meet. Okay, Eric, we can move on. We missed. Okay, Eric, I had sent to you and Justin a slide of our proposed porch, the hand-drawn sketch. I'm not sure if silence means that you're working on it.
Collectively. I did not amend your material.
Okay. Well, I can speak to it. We have a plot plan of a porch design that meets the requirements of the setback with or a 1 foot setback variance that we've requested. And I'd like to reinforce that this is all about meeting some safety concerns that we have in our house. And if you'll go ahead to the last slide, Eric, I think we're good. You know, we feel like there will be an added benefit that visually improves the appearance from the street. And as an extra bullet, I would like to also acknowledge the help that both Justin and Eric have provided. We've asked a lot of questions, and they've been very patient and provided a lot of information and references. So that's been very helpful to us. We appreciate your attention, and if you have any questions, we're prepared to answer them.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Bond. Board members, any questions for Mr. Bond in this case? No? Okay, well, we had no additional participants sign up either in support or in opposition. So we'll go to the wrap up. Mr. Bond, I think you've made your statement, but is there anything else you would add at this point?
No, only if there are questions to be answered.
Okay. Mr. Hodge, anything from you?
No, sir.
Anything from the board? Any questions? Last thoughts? Okay, well, let's close the evidentiary hearing and move to our board deliberations. This is a variance, straightforward case. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, we approve.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisil. We have a motion to approve. May I have a second?
I'll make a second. This is Steve Kinney.
Mr. Kinney, thank you for your second. We have a motion to approve in a second. Any further discussion? We will go to a roll call vote then. Mr. Puccini, you are muted.
I just now unmuted myself. If we could please, for housekeeping purposes, could we first take down the the presentation so I can see everybody. And number two, Mr. Rainey, when did you video in? I just noticed you had only just now noticed you had videoed in.
Ralph, I joined about 10 after 2. It was towards the tail end of the conversation on the immediately preceding case.
Thank you. That'll help a lot.
Yes,
I
sir.
was going to mention he was here, but I didn't want to interrupt the flow of the conversation. So thank you for checking that. Go ahead.
All right. On the motion to approve, Ms. Rudisil.
Approve.
Thank you. Mr. Kenny.
Approve.
Thank you. Chairman Swink.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Mile.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton.
Approve.
Thank you. 5-0. That's good.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Bond.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move along now to evidentiary hearing B. And I will note that B and C are the same property, but one is a special use permit, the other is a variance. So we're going to hear them separately, even though they are the same property. So this is 213 Woodburn Avenue. Lucille B. Kennan, property owner. It's a special use permit, BOA 0053-2021. Mr. Hodge, welcome back.
Thank you. This is a request for a special use permit pursuant to section 6.7.3.e and 10.2.9 of the Unified Development Ordinance for a live-work accessory use for a psychotherapist's office within the existing detached house located on a 0.21 acre property zoned residential 6 and Cameron Park Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District and located at 213 Woodburn Road. So in the materials presented to you are the 8 standard special use permit considerations, as well as the live work use standards to which the applicant has provided written testimony. Happy to answer any questions about those that you may have at this time, or probably more appropriately, let the applicant go through those item by item, but happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions for Mr. Hodge? Nope. Okay. Now we'll move on to the applicant. Is it Andrew Brook? Excuse me.
It is indeed Brook. Yes, thank you.
You may proceed with your presentation, and if you call on Ms. Keenan, we'll need to reaffirm her oath.
Okay, and that's Dr. Keenan. So I am Andrew Brook. I'm with the Law Office of Andrew Brook, and I'm representing Dr. Lucille Keenan. She is my wife, and so we both reside at this property. This is particularly for her to be able to see clients within the principal dwelling. We have, in the last few years, we have built a garage, and there's some habitable space above it, and that will be the next case we hear. In this plot plan that you see here, that Eric Hodge has posted, there is a parking permit, a parking pad outlined in pink, and then a pathway that leads up to the covered porch. And then the area in the area that is will be used as the psychotherapist's office is this sort of the place that says lot area 0.21 acres. So it's the person walks up into the covered porch, veers to the right, and enters the house there.
Goes to the church. I know, but
Can you all see what I'm talking about? I hope.
Yes.
Okay. So if we go to the next slide, please, and then yes. So this is briefly. There are more, but the proposed use must comply with all applicable provisions of the UDO, be allowed as a special use in the zone, comply with all the specific use standards, and have compatible characteristics in terms of site, design, hours, etc. It must be accessible in terms of pedestrian, vehicular traffic and safety, and any adverse effects from the special use permit must be mitigated. There are, I believe, 13 specific use standards. So in this case, the applicant has to occupy the residence and must be her principal residence. In this case, Dr. Keenan lives here. She has no other residence. There are no other employees. There's only one employee, that is her, to the extent that she could be called an employee. The plan is to be used as an office. There's no resale of items. No specialty services are delivered to groups larger than 5. Dr. Keenan sees individuals and couples. There's no business storage required. And there will be no changes to the outside appearance of the building or premises or visible evidence of the work inside. And signage, right now there are no plans for signage, but if we do put one up, it will be limited to the 3 square feet and it will not be lit. There are no vehicles or noise producing devices used for this. And again, there will be no more than 5 customers or clients on site at the same time. There's no shipping or receiving involved in this practice. And there is, as we saw on that plot plan, an additional on-site parking space available to receive clients. The garage has 2 parking places in it already. The parking pad is the 3rd. It must be the special use, must be allowed as a special use in the respective zoning district. 6.7.3E allows an office as a use, and in particular, the psychotherapy office has already been approved in Cameron Village, in a neighborhood that is also zoned R6. This was 902 Daniel Street for Paige Tharrington. And that was done a couple of years ago, and there have been no changes to the UDO language affecting psychotherapy practices since that time. So next slide, please. So as you see here, this is the actual photographs. The plan is for people to access the parking pad and then follow the path through a gate up to the house and into the house. Next slide, please. They would then come in to the porch, go through the doors, and be in the office. Next slide, please. So the other requirements under 6.7.3E, it's supposed to be compatible with the rest of the neighborhood. And it shouldn't unduly burden the neighbors. So the practice sees clients about 17 hours a week. Sometimes it goes up to 24, but usually 17 is about as much as Dr. Keenan can handle. And this works out to be 5 clients or less per day. She works from between 8 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. In practice, what this means is that there might be 1 car moving in or out at any given time, but it's not a high volume business. Woodburn Road itself has on average about 900 cars a day. So you can sort of see we would access off of the alleyway from Woodburn Road. So 5 cars in a day compared to, or on top of 900 cars is relatively little. And we did this by pointing a motion activated camera at the street, and it would click every time a car went through, or a car, pedestrian, or bike. And so it's actually an undercount. So we have not identified any adverse impacts, nor have we been informed of any. But of course, if there are, we will fix them. Is access adequate with respect to pedestrian, bicycle, and automotive safety? Well, again, there are 900 cars per day. The speed limit outside is 25 miles an hour, and it's located between 2 stop signs. So people actually travel relatively slowly on Woodburn Road right there. So it's a safe access, an easy access, and one that is used rather frequently. And there are no dedications that need to be made with respect to any building that needs to be done right now. It's all been built. It's all ready to go. And so we're, that is, I think if we go to the next slide, Mr. Hodge, yes, that is the bulk of my presentation. And I believe I have Dr. Keenan here. If anyone, I don't know if you have anything extra to say.
If Dr. Keenan wishes to speak, I will need to swear her in.
Okay.
So you want to give me an indication of your interest?
Dr. Keenan, are you there?
Hi. I don't, if you need me, I'm happy to speak.
Okay, thank you. We'll see if there are questions for you. If you don't have anything to offer, that would be fine.
No,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Then that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Okay, well, Mr. Brook, anything else from you at this point?
No, sir.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for Mr. Brook or for Dr. Keenan? Okay, we had no one signed up to speak in support or opposition.
This is the case that we do have an addition.
Oh, that's the one yes. Thank you, Mr. Hodge. I forgot about that. I circled a note and I thought that meant I didn't have anything. So please fill me in on what we have here.
I think Catherine has the information because I'm sharing my screen, so it makes it difficult for me to retrieve it.
Yes, it's Jennifer and David Kochman. Is that right? Eric, and I believe that they were sent a invitation. Are they on the line?
I believe so.
Yes, we have Jennifer Kochman on the line.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, it's actually Kochman. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm really doing awful.
Oh, that's okay. My husband, my husband David's here too. We just want to say
one moment, please. One moment. Okay, we're just getting organized here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Before we go, let me, I need to swear you in, if you don't mind. If you would first state your name again and your address and your relationship to this case for the record, please.
My name is Jennifer Irvin Kochman. I live at 210 Woodburn Road, just across the street and one house over, and I'm a neighbor.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Then please go right ahead.
Oh, and my husband?
And I'm David Kochman.
Are you going to speak as well?
We'll ask if he could ask a question, perhaps. We wanted to ask questions because we.
Okay, well then, Mr. Kochman, if you would, I think we can get your address and your relationship to the case from your wife. So moving on, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Kochman, go right ahead, please.
So, thank you. We actually were concerned when we saw this before the presentation because Woodburn Road is a bit of a busy street that runs between Clark and Hillsborough. And I'm actually very concerned after that presentation about two issues. The first is parking, and the second is the impact of the commercial use. But for parking, the parking's really very limited on our street to begin with. It's actually only allowed on one side of the street. And we each have 2 spaces behind our houses. And, you know, as the first person this afternoon was talking about his parking, you know, many families have teenage children that contributes to 1 or 2 extra cars. Our neighbors have about 5 right next door to us with 3 boys. So it's very hard to find parking as it is with the people who just live here, let alone being close to the Village District and NC State. And there's only 3 usable houses across the street, ours being the one in the center, because the house at the end has no parking at all. And then the house on the other end, like the house next to us, starts to curve. So you can't really park there. So there's only 3 houses. And we have a difficult time as it is with constant parking issues in front of our house and with our own, you know, our kids who share a car, you know, not being able to find parking spots. So that's one issue. Usually the alleyway that's on the side that I believe they are speaking of is usually used for pedestrians. But when I heard about 900 cars going by, and I think that included pedestrians and bikers, that seems like a lot per day, don't you think? 900? But either way, as far as traffic is concerned, parking itself is a huge issue, and we're on the phone to the city about that, and they've been trying to help us out with that. That's an ongoing issue to begin with. The second issue is, you know, this is a residential neighborhood, and I understand, of course, about, you know, having live work conditions, especially during COVID. But a whole psychotherapy practice means that you can see patients on the hour. And especially if you're seeing groups, I mean, I was concerned with, you know, one patient, but 5 at a time implies to me that there could be group therapy. And that's a lot of cars, and that's also quite a business. And I mean, I personally don't know about the nature of the patients or what their mental issues would be in terms of safety. But even if that's not an issue at all, and it could totally not be an issue, which is fine, I think it sets it up as a busy practice. You know, if there are that many spots. And then I have to ask the question of then where would the 2 owners park their cars? And perhaps they have spots already, I don't know, but that would force them onto the street, if not other people. There's a 2-hour parking limit on the street as it is.
Okay.
Do you have anything to add, Dave? A question?
Just to reinforce that, you know, unlike most of the streets in the neighborhood, Woodburn is it may be the only one, or it's certainly one of few that only allows parking on one side. I guess because of the amount of traffic, because it is a connector street between the 2 commercial districts, or education and commercial on the other side, and so that cuts in half the amount of spaces compared to, you know, what you see on some of the other residential streets in this neighborhood.
Yeah, they mentioned there was a therapy practice on Daniels, but that street is completely residential. It's not a pass-through street like Woodburn is.
So the parking's already, like you said, cut in half. And then when you add in the alley entryways, and then because of the stop sign, there's, you know, distance, you know, reserved at the end of the block on either side for parking as well. I mean, in my non-scientific view, it may be the most, you know, I haven't done the math of it across the whole neighborhood, but it appears to be one of the most restrictive already in terms of parking.
Well, I see Ms. Hill about to step in here, so I'll allow, I think we have the same thought. So if you would please go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to, there's actually been a recent North Carolina Supreme Court case about special use permits. So just in case anybody needs a quick refresher, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. With a special use permit, the applicant has the burden of producing competent material and substantial evidence to show that all of the required standards have been met. If they meet that standard, then they are actually entitled to the special use permit. If they show that that burden of production for all of those standards are entitled to it, unless there is contra evidence on the other side that is competent material and substantial as to the standards themselves. So in this case, there is a standard that says no more than 5 customers are permitted, and there's a standard that says that 1 additional on-site parking space is required. So those are the standards you're looking at. Those are the only standards you can hold the applicant to. I just want to make sure the board's clear on that. So, you know, the ordinance says you can have up to 5, you can't have more, right? And you can have you have to have at least 1 additional on-site parking space. So I just want to make sure everybody's clear that we're looking at what the ordinance requires. And if they show that they meet all those, and they're entitled to the permit unless there's contra evidence.
What is the definition of on-site? Does the street parking, does the neighborhood street parking count as on-site, or does it have to be, you know, like in their parking lot or?
On-street parking does not count toward on-site. The spaces that they have provided at the rear of their site, adjacent to the alleyway, I believe are satisfying the 3 required spaces, 2 for the home and 1 additional space for the live work. And I believe one or more of those spaces is within the garage, and that qualifies as well.
So thank you. That's helpful. For follow up, then would that mean that the expectation for patients coming to the practice be that they would be parking in the back then, and not taking up and not impacting the neighborhood street parking
or the owners?
The code doesn't say.
To clean this up, can we take this one at a time? We have 2 kind of witnesses speaking with the same mic, and it's getting a little bit. We could just do one at a time so that we can make sure the applicant's attorney also gets the opportunity to cross-examine both witnesses. So Mr. Swink, I'll let you take it from there. I just wanted to add that one point in.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. I appreciate that. Okay, so Mr. Cockman, your question is, are they expecting applicants to use the space off the alley? And Mr. Brook, if you want to answer that one now. Is Mr. Brooks unmuted?
Unmuted. Thank you. Hi, yes. Yes, I heard 2 concerns raised, and I just wanted to kind of allay them. The garage has
Let's
2
address
cars.
the first question about about the parking.
So the parking pad that we just constructed is intended to accommodate the clients to the psychotherapy practice. Yes. So
Okay.
that is it. Then there are 2 parking spaces in the garage itself.
Okay.
So that's a total of 3. There's only 2 people here who drive.
Mr. Cockman, did you have another question?
Yeah, and thanks, June. I'm sorry we haven't had a chance to talk offline about this. So the comment about potentially 5 patients does that mean that there's not the intent just to have group sessions?
Correct. There's 2 5 numbers that have been bandied around in my presentation. One of them is the standard, which says no more than 5 at a time. And Dr. Keenan sees individuals and couples. So she's not seeing groups. She's seeing one person. That person comes, they leave. Maybe a couple comes. They usually drive in 1 car. It is, in some instances, they come from 2 different places, but the majority of time they come in 1 car. And so they are parking in the parking pad so that they can easily access the practice, which is accessed from the rear of the house. It would be irresponsible to ask them to park on the street, cross the street, and go through all of that muddled stuff. The other thing is Dr. Keenan sees 5 people maybe in a day, meaning that's spread out over time. If that makes
Thank you.
sense.
Mr. Cockman, anything else?
May I speak, Jennifer?
Ms. Cockman, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think that helps a lot, and that maybe the issue would be that as it is a full practice, and again could, might be up to 5 patients a day, it would increase the traffic on the street and the alley, but as it doesn't impact the parking, that's a good thing. The other question I had was it being, this is a residential neighborhood, and we moved to a residential neighborhood as such, and I thought, does this not set a precedent? I know that Drew had said there's someone else who sees patients within the neighborhood. I don't know if that sounds like it's a full practice on a side street, unlike Woodburn, but I was, I thought this was a residential neighborhood, since we're surrounded by Goldsboro Street and the Village District. Is this just setting a precedent for business?
Well, so it actually is not. It is something that is provided for by law, and so everybody who has a house in a residential district is allowed to see clients and customers if they meet the criteria. And so it's not supposed to be intensive commercial use, but some commercial use is allowed by the city code.
Okay. I asked because my mother's a therapist and was not allowed in her neighborhood in North Raleigh, and has to rent an office. And that's actually a bigger property that's more private. So again, to me, that's not a residential, it brings about that it's a commercial entity within a residential neighborhood, but you're saying it's legal. So
Mr. Singh, can I ask some clarity, if you would like, to that? The city's Unified Development Ordinance decides that, or has set forth that in this residential district, you can have this use with a special use permit. And that in order to be granted that special use permit, the applicant has to show that they meet all of the standards that are listed in the city's ordinance. So that's what we're here to do today.
Okay.
Is the applicant is putting on their case to show whether or not they meet all the standards in the city's ordinance to have this. It is not a question about whether or not it's precedent or anything like that. It's the ordinance allows this if the standards have been met. So that's what that's what they're doing here today. So
okay, thank you for clarifying.
Okay, thank you for your questions. Any other questions from either Mr. or Mrs. Cockman?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. And Mr. Brook, they basically asked questions and you've answered them. You would have the opportunity to provide cross-examination if you will.
No, no, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so where we are then is closing statements. If you have one you wish to offer, Mr. Brook.
I don't think so. I think that you have all of the information in front of you.
Thank you. Okay, and Mr. Hodge, having heard what you've heard, anything else that you would offer us?
No, sir.
Last chance for board questions. Anyone? Okay, then let me close the evidentiary hearing and we'll move to our board deliberations. This is, has been stated, a special use permit. And we'll need to clear the screen. Board members, I'll accept comment, discussion, or a motion.
Yes, good afternoon again. This is Don. I will go ahead and make a motion. I think the discussion has been very enlightening on both sides there, and it clarifies some concerns that I did have. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Ma. We have a motion to approve. May I have a second?
This is Justin Sutton. I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. A motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion among the board? If not, let's move to our roll call vote. Mr. Puccini?
Thank you, sir. On the motion to approve the special use permit, Mr. Mile?
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Sockman.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Slink.
Approve?
Thank you, Ms. Budisil.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny. Did we lose somebody?
Mr. Kenny?
Sorry, I was on mute.
You are. Thank you. That makes 5 votes. Thank you, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. That satisfies the special use permit. Now let's move to the variance. Again, this is evidentiary hearing C, 213 Woodburn Avenue. Lucille B. Kennan, Dr. Keenan, is the property owner. The variance BOA 0054-2021. And Mr. Hodge, this is yours to present again.
So this is a request for a 2-foot variance from the Unified Development Ordinance Section 2.6.3.H.3 to allow for a 3-foot side setback instead of the required 5-foot setback, so that an existing detached structure can be converted to an accessory dwelling unit on this 0.21 acre property zone residential 6, Cameron Park Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District, and located at 213 Woodburn Road. The Cameron Park Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District allows detached structures to be located as close as 3 feet to a side property line. However, if it contains a dwelling, the code treats accessory dwelling units separately from accessory structure regulations. Therefore, the city's determined that an accessory dwelling unit would need to meet the accessory dwelling unit regulations, despite the allowance in this particular neighborhood conservation overlay for accessory structures to be closer than as close as 3 feet to a side property line. That does not extend to an accessory structure being used as an accessory dwelling unit. So they're seeking relief 2 feet to allow the structure to be as close as 3 feet. However, it appears the survey indicates that that's at 4 feet. But I think they wanted a little wiggle room in the event that roof overhangs, et cetera, might extend slightly farther. Again, this is for interior conversion of an existing structure. That would conclude my presentation unless you have any questions of me at this time.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions for Mr. Hodge? Okay, let us move to the applicant, Mr. Brook. Welcome back. You will take us through your presentation, please.
And I reaffirm my oath to tell the whole truth and
thank you.
All of that.
That's fine.
So as Mr. Hodge has expressed, if we could go back one just to that plot plan, Mr. Hodge. There we go. Yes, the that 4 foot on the, we're talking about the gap between the property that is 215 and ours, which is 213. And I believe that 4 foot that is indicated on the plan is to the wall of the garage, and there's a 1 foot overhang, so it really is 3 feet. Something I need to talk to the surveyor about. But that is why we're asking for the variance to sort of a 2 foot variance from the 5 foot requirement, because I think if you include the overhang, then we're right at that 3 foot line. Okay, so if we move forward 2 slides. And one more. There we go. So this is the garage in question. When we built it, well, we started designing it in 2015 and finally started construction in 2018. And it was designed to have some bonus space, flex space above it that could be used either as a home study or a gym or, you know, a party pad. is expanding the space out from the house. Next slide, please. And there's a showing of the 3 foot. And then next slide. The current ADU statute was enacted in July 7, 2020. And it allows accessory dwelling units by right. And the language is entered into the UDO in 1.5.2 F2. It says one accessory dwelling unit is permitted per lot, regardless of underlying density, minimum lot size, minimum lot area per dwelling unit, or minimum site area per dwelling unit designations. So there's this provision in the UDO which says you have a right to have an ADU. And in order for us to make use of that ADU, we would either have to move this structure, which was started before the ADU statute ever was enacted. You'd either have to move it 2 feet, or we would have to build it elsewhere on our property, which, to be frank, would mean raising a patio or building over the garage, that parking pad that we just did. It would be an excessive outlay. Next slide, please. So here's the issue is this setbacks, H3. Next slide. And when we permitted it back in 2018, we were doing it according to this. So no ADU statute in place, but the setback for accessory structures, side and rear yard setbacks for accessory structures, including those greater than 150 square feet, shall be a minimum of 3 feet. Next slide, please. So the variance should be granted when the conditions leading to the need for a variance are not due to the actions of the property owner. There was no way we could have known what the setback would be required at the time that we permitted this. Would not allow the property owner to achieve his or her objectives absent an undue burden. Well, we could achieve this if we found some engineering people to lift up the garage and move it over 2 feet. But that would cost a lot and jeopardize the structural integrity of the building. Would allow substantial justice to be achieved. In this case, the ordinance provides us for one accessory dwelling unit by right, and the variance would be consistent with the spirit of the law. The spirit of the law is to allow these dwelling units to exist in furtherance of a desire to expand housing options. Next slide, please. So as this is just a screenshot of the permitting process in it, and you can see at the lowest part, the very bottom one is the residential slab, and that was inspected in 2018. The framing going 2 up was passed in March of 2020. So going back to this question of were we in some way reckless? Did we do this in spite of the regulations? No, there was no possibility for us to have an ADU at all. I think before, I guess there was one interim part where there was an ADU overlay district that you could apply for, but even that happened after we started construction. So the current ADU ordinance and the spirit of that ordinance That all happened well after we were done building this thing. Well, and then next slide, please. That's just a summary of what I've said earlier, right now. So the question is, in order to make the fullest use of our property, and we suspect we haven't had any inspections of the inside done, but just in order to even do the work to turn it into an ADU or have it passed as an ADU in its current condition, we need to have this variance. And that's basically it. And I'm open to questions. Sorry, that concludes my presentation. I
apologize. Thank you, Mr. Puccini. Yes, I felt the need to mute myself for a minute there. Thank you for your presentation. I was asking the board members, do you have any questions that you have for Mr. Brook about this application? Okay. Do we have any participants wishing to speak to this case, Ms. Hill?
I think you have the same folks.
Okay.
We'll just make sure that, yeah, I'd ask them if they're participating in this case as well.
Okay, Mr. and Ms. Cockman, are you still with us?
Mute this.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes?
Hey, sorry, I had to unmute this. Yes, no, we don't need to speak to this case. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate you staying online.
Thanks for asking.
Thank you. Okay, well, in that case, there's no one who has signed up to speak in support or opposition. So board members, again, any questions from you? Mr. Hodge, anything further from you?
No, sir.
And Mr. Brook, I believe you wrapped up your presentation, but I'll give you a chance for a last word if you have one.
No, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. And in that case, let's close the evidentiary hearing and move to our board deliberations. This is a variance. And I'll open it for discussion or certainly entertain a motion.
This is Don again, and I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the variance.
Thank you, Mr. Mile. May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Sutton, thank you very much for your second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's move to our roll call vote.
Thank you. On the motion to approve, Mr. Mile.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton.
Approve.
Thank you, Chairman Swink.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny.
Approve.
Thank you, and Ms. Rudisil.
Approve.
Thank you. That makes 5.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Keenan and Mr. Brook. Okay, folks, we've been at it for over 2 hours right now. I'm going to call for a short break. Let's refresh ourselves. It's 3:10. Come back in 6 or 7 minutes if we can, because we still have quite a few cases to go through today. But let's take a short break and then we'll come right back. Thank you. you're back, turn on your camera just so I'll know you're back, and then we'll be sure we're ready to go. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, let's re-adjourn our meeting here with evidentiary hearing item D. This is 400 Bragg Street, Capital Property Partners LLC property owner. This is a variance, BOA 0055-2021. Mr. Hodge, this is your presentation again.
Thank you. This is a request for one, a 0.38 foot variance from the required setback range, which ranges between 10.3.68 feet and 12.672 feet. As a result of them being in a neighborhood conservation overlay district that sets a range within 10% of the median of the block face. So that's how that number was arrived at. Essentially, they want to build at a 10-foot setback rather than the minimum 10.368 setback set forth in section 5.4.3.F.18.E, again, which requires a front yard setback to be within 10% of the average front yard setback established by the existing buildings on that same side of the block face as the proposed building, and no less than 8 feet and no more than 30 feet. And secondly, they're requesting a 1 parking space variance from the minimum 2 spaces for a single unit living in a detached house, which is set forth in the Unified Development Ordinance section 7.1.2.c. To allow for the construction of a detached house on an existing 0.04 acre lot, zone neighborhood mixed use 3, South Park Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District, and is located at 400 Bragg Street. This is the aerial showing the vacant lot in question, and here is the proposed site plan. Again, just a modest request for the front wall of the home to be 0.38 feet, too close to Bragg Street, and secondly, to only have 1 off-street parking space, which they're proposing to locate at the rear of the home, access via a driveway on South Bloodworth Street. These are the applicant's slides moving forward, so I'll save those for their presentation, but happy to answer any questions you may have of me at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hodge. Board members, any questions? Okay, let's move to the applicant's case now. Mark Goldberger, I believe you're here representing the applicant. You may proceed with your presentation. And I remind you, of course, if you call any witnesses, we'll need to reaffirm their oath on the record.
Good afternoon. This is Danielle Goldberger. I am an attorney at the Goldberger Law Firm. I'm stepping in on behalf of my father. He is out of town on a personal issue.
Would you state your first name again, please?
Danielle.
Okay, Danielle, thank you.
Sorry, sir. And I represent Capital Property Partners LLC, and we are going to have Mr. Will Troy present at this time.
Okay, Mr. Choi, if you would please state your address and your relationship to the case, and I will reaffirm your oath.
Yes, my address is 602 East Target Street, Raleigh, 27601, and I am the architect of this project as well as a witness for this case.
Okay, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
So, as Eric has outlined, there are 2 requests in this particular application, and I guess I will go through them one at a time. So, the overarching condition of this lot as it stands is that it is a very small and narrow lot. It's 35 feet by 50 roughly, which amounts to about 1,700 square feet. And that's the actual parcel dimension, not the building footprint, which is smaller than some of our homes. So given this tiny lot, we are trying to find creative ways to make it useful for a lot that can be built upon. And from it arises issues of setbacks as well as parking requirements. So on the setback issue, we are seeking to apply a standard NX3 front yard setback of 10 feet as opposed to the South Park NCOD mandated block face average setback. Now, one thing I do want to ask about is I had thought that the average setback required would be much greater than the 10.3 feet that Eric had mentioned. At the time of the application, I was of the understanding that every building on this block needed to be calculated within the average, resulting in a setback of something closer to 20 feet. So I'm a little surprised to hear that the sort of the default calculation would result in 10.3 feet, but we can address that later. So the slide we have in front of us is really just indicating the other properties that are on this block base that cause the property to become sort of adversely set back further than you might typically see. The property directly adjacent, for instance, is a grocery store, which is pictured in the slide, and it has a parking lot in front of the property, and it has a very wide setback of I believe it's 35 feet, and the setback is so deep that it actually causes the building to encroach past its lot line, past its parcel. So definitely a non-conforming condition. So that plus, if you go to the next slide, please. Some of the overlays here are unfortunately misplaced, but the point of the slide is to indicate the number of vacant lots that currently exist on this particular block base that makes it difficult to create and establish a fair average setback that is an actual conglomeration of a solid block base. There's lots of vacant lots that create, holes in the fabric of this particular street, and as such, you're left with 3 or 4 buildings that give the average comparative sample, which with only so many comparative samples to choose from or to account for, each property can have a very big impact on the average calculation. So given these conditions, we're asking for a variance so that we can simply build out to the district minimum of 10 feet. And I guess I can move on to the second ask while we are here. So the second ask, this exhibit.
So if I could stop you there, this is Eric. I'm thinking your request, what we received from you, there might have been some confusion because we formulated your request off a comparative sample. I don't think I prepared the request, but myself, but it looks like there may have been some confusion, and it may have been this exhibit.
I can clarify. So this slide was included not as an actual comparative sample setback for this property, because as I understand it, the NCOD required comparative setbacks must be derived from that particular block. So that would be
correct. So I'm thinking we might need to defer this hearing and re-advertise the matter if the amount of relief is increased, which I think it will be. I don't think we can proceed with this hearing.
But I don't believe that I misrepresented the amount of relief that we were seeking.
How much relief did you ask for?
Jump in here too, you guys, real quick. The question of what the UDO requires is a matter of interpretation that this board does not have the authority to hear as a first right anyway. And if there is a question or a dispute as to what the interpretation is, this board could potentially hear that matter on appeal. So for that reason, I would stop kind of this, if there's any conversation or discussion about what is the correct application of the UDO, I do agree that the case should be continued so that that could be resolved before proceeding with the request.
Yeah, because I think additional relief is going to be needed beyond the portion of a foot.
Uh-huh.
Based on your comments and now seeing this exhibit in a different light.
Right. So the number you had cited, 10.3 feet, I did not provide that number in my application. And this slide is included not as a,
How much relief did you request in your application, sir?
I simply requested that 10 feet be applied as the setback requirement as is.
But you didn't ask for a specific amount.
It was not numerically specified, no, because...
Did you provide comparative samples for your block face?
I don't believe I did.
Yeah, we won't be able to hear this case without an additional survey.
Uh-huh. I mean, this is...
For your block face.
Uh-huh.
We can talk about this offline. I don't think we need to take up the board's time.
Nor do I think we should have any further conversation with the board here. In the event that it's something that comes for the board, maybe as an interpretation question, we don't want to have any ex parte communication about that either.
Uh-huh. I mean, the comparative setbacks were provided in our sort of building permit application, which is typically required. So there is that. But beyond that, do you think that we can move on to request two of this second part of this request?
I don't think so, because the amount of relief is going to be increased beyond what was advertised.
Uh-huh. Now, I mean, I feel like...
Unless Catherine feels that they do give the ultimate setback in the request, but the amount of relief from the district comparative sample would be more than a portion of a foot.
Yeah, I think that this needs to be continued to get that answer clarified.
Uh-huh.
And maybe Ms. Goldberger, if you're on the line as well, we could talk to you about this. I think that if what was advertised was not correct, the amount of the relief, and it's going to be increased, that's one issue. The other issue too, though, it sounds like, is just the initial question of what is the UDO required and what is the correct sample.
I have the information right now, but I do understand that there is a issue with having advertised the sort of incorrect numbers previously. But I'm just at a loss, because this seems like an easy issue that could have been clarified at either a pre-application conference or at the review of the receipt of the material. I mean, we had this information of what front setback is required. I just, for simplicity, the application I had included only the ask of the setback requirement at 10 feet. But we do have this information of comparative sample setbacks that was submitted to the
Again, I think there was some confusion that you provided it for a block that was not your own, and there was a misunderstanding that it was the numbers that were applicable to you.
Well, this was a slide that was provided not as the comparative sample setback for this particular property, but as a example of adjacent properties in the vicinity that would bolster the case of a smaller setback. But I feel like it was misinterpreted as these comparative sample setbacks, and which it shouldn't have been, since it's not the same block base.
Catherine, this is a case where the legal ad was generic. Keegan is indicating about, I guess, what the resulting relief was. I don't know that for a fact.
Again, I've said it a couple of times. I don't think this conversation is appropriate for the Board of Adjustment. I think it needs to be handled before you come to the board. So I think this should be continued so that staff and the applicant can get on the same page about what's the correct setback and what's the requested relief. I understand everybody's on board with the same number where the building will be located, but the underlying question is, what is the setback requirement? And I think that needs to be figured out before you come to the board. Again, it's not a conversation before the board.
Okay, well, I think that Mr. Choi and Ms. Goldberger, you need to be in touch with Mr. Hodge and staff and work out this uncertainty, and the case can be continued. And if those details are worked out, can be brought back to us. So with that,
I can try to meet with the applicant after the next case in the event that maybe we can come to some understanding potentially and then be heard at the end of the hearing, but that's the best I can offer.
And that is something I understand. If it needs to be heard at the end of the hearing, that's absolutely okay. I do have to be in court before 5 o'clock is the only issue with that. End of the day.
Well, if y'all can work that out and we can revisit it today, that'd be great. If not, then it will need to be continued to our January meeting.
Eric, is the front range setback that was included in the advertisement incorrect?
It is, but Keegan has noted that this was a generic advertisement. I don't have that language in front of me because I'm sharing my screen, so I can't see what the notice was. But he's indicating it was more generic. Perhaps Keegan could speak to that.
Yes, I've just shared it with you, Catherine, offline. So if you'd like.
Okay, again, it's up to you, Mr. Sink, what you want to do. I mean, if it's, you can hold it open or just continue it outright.
Based on the notice, Catherine, do you think that the 10-foot
I mean,
resulting?
I think it'd be best to continue this because I think we have a lot of cases on the agenda and this sounds like there's a lot of stuff that should have been figured out before we got here. I'm happy to look at the agenda material if you guys want to move on and hold this one open, but I think it's up to you guys. I mean, I need to look at it. I don't know we can do that live during this meeting right now because there's a lot of moving pieces.
I'm not comfortable with the uncertainty here, and I think it needs to be resolved. And I would rather continue this case and get it right than to try to race through this afternoon when we already have another case that we're holding till later in the day.
Okay.
We do have quite a bit ahead of us. So let's move this to a continuance into our January first January meeting, the January date, which is not in front of me.
January 10th.
Thank you. January 10th meeting. We'll bring it back then, hopefully with all the correct information. Sorry for the confusion, folks.
No, thank you.
Okay, let's move on now to evidentiary hearing E. This is 4807 Holly Ridge Drive. Linda, either Librand or Lebrand, and we'll get that name corrected shortly. The property owner is a variance BOA 0056-2021. So Mr. Hodge, if you're still with us, we'll jump into this one.
This is a request for a 7-foot variance from the required 26.8 to 46.2 primary street setback range set forth in section 2.2.7.C1.B, which results in a 20-foot primary street setback or an addition to a home. Again, this is an infill requirement that the setback be within 25% of the median setbacks within the comparative sample, based on the lot in question being 80 or more feet in width, to allow for, again, excuse me, this is not an addition to a home. I'm confusing this with another matter on today's agenda, but this was for the construction of a brand new detached home on this lot. There are some environmental constraints the applicant and their attorney, I believe, will speak to that are necessitating this structure be closer to the street than the minimum setback set forth by infill would otherwise allow. This is the aerial showing the vacant lot in question. And here's the proposed dwelling. Again, as you can see, toward the rear of the site, there is a stream and associated riparian areas that is necessitating this home, or at least the reason that the applicant is seeking this variance is based on the presence of those riparian areas at the rear of the site. Staff doesn't have any additional comments or questions unless the board has any of me at this time.
Great, thank you. Board members, questions for Mr. Hodge? Okay, let's move to the applicant then. We have Chad Essick and Colin McGrath. I'm not sure which of you is speaking, but you can proceed with your presentation.
Thank you and good afternoon, Chairman Swink. This is Colin McGrath with Pointer Spruill, 301 Fayetteville Street, Suite 1900. Here today this afternoon on behalf of Linda Librand, the property owner and the applicant. Ms. Librand is joining us today. She's available to answer any questions, but to streamline things a bit, we have submitted an affidavit from Ms. Librand that, along with our presentation, we'd request be included in the record. And Chairman Swink, I'll defer to you and the board about whether you'd like to hear Ms. Librand reaffirm that, both her oath and the testimony in the affidavit today.
Thank you.
Appreciate Eric's presentation. We'll try to be quick since the board has a robust agenda today. Eric, next slide, please. As Eric mentioned, the requested variance is a 7-foot variance from the primary street infill setback range. That setback range, as measured from the sample here, is 26.8 feet to 46.2 feet. The requested variance would result in the application of the standard 20-foot primary street setback for the R4 district. The property shown here is the vacant lot in Oak Park subdivision. This is northwest Raleigh, just south of Glenwood, roughly equidistant between Crabtree Valley Mall and Pleasant Valley. Ms. Librand bought the property in September of 2020 with the purpose of constructing a single-family home. Next slide, please. When she began exploring the development of the parcel, Ms. Librand ran into a couple issues, which are really two different versions of the same problem. As you can see here, this is the portion of the 1961 Oak Park plat. The property seen right there across from where Holly Ridge Drive is written. Running through the property roughly north to south on the rear third of the lot is a drainage easement. The more immediate problem for the development of the property here is that the area surrounding what's shown as the drainage easement on this plat is now subject to DEQ's riparian buffer rules. Next slide, please. You can see that riparian area on this survey. The dotted or stippled area is all riparian buffer. In the lower third portion of the parcel, looking at it from this survey, you'll see a fairly narrow swath that is zone 2 under the riparian buffer rules. The remainder of the property is designated as zone 1. As the board is likely aware, zone 1 under the riparian buffer rules is the area closest to the protected stream, pond, drainage. Development and land disturbance within zone 1 is highly regulated and in most cases outright prohibited. Zone 2, which cuts across the lower third of this parcel, extends 20 feet from the boundary of zone 1. It does provide some additional flexibility in terms of the allowed uses and land disturbances. As outlined in Ms. Librand's affidavit, once she purchased the property, she began working with the surveyor and DEQ to figure out how to minimize the impact of any development of the parcel on those riparian buffer zones. As you can see from this survey, the only portion of the property that is completely outside either zone 1 or zone 2 is located at the bottom right of the survey, which is actually the eastern corner of the parcel, and it's where the proposed dwelling is marked on this survey. Ms. Librand submitted plans to DEQ that showed a 20-foot setback, which was again, just the standard R4 primary street setback. DEQ approved those plans, but when she submitted them to the city, that was the first time Ms. Librand learned that the property was subject to the infill setback rules. What's shown here on this survey is the infill setback with the home located at the lower end of that 26.8 to 46 foot range. You can see from this survey, mostly can see from this survey, there is a significant portion of the home that is proposed to be located within Zone 2 if the infill setback rules were applied, and there is a permanent impact to Zone 1 of the riparian buffer zones if the infill setback were applied. When Ms. Libran then submitted this survey showing the application of the infill setback to DEQ, the response from DEQ, as outlined in her affidavit, was that DEQ could not approve this based on the increased impact to Zone 2 and the permanent impact to Zone 1. And as you'll see in Exhibit B to her affidavit, DEQ actually specifically requested that Ms. Libran seek a variance from the city to resolve the conflict between the infill setback and the riparian buffers. Next slide, please. So this is the requested setback that resolves, in our view, the conflict between the infill setback and the riparian buffer rules. This is a proposed 20-foot setback, again, simply going back to the standard R4 primary street setback. You'll see compared to the infill setback, the impact to Zone 2 has been reduced by about a third. There is no permanent impact in Zone 1 of the riparian buffer area. And most importantly, DEQ has already approved and is standing by their approval of the 20-foot setback. A snippet from DEQ's approval is on the left of this slide. The entire approval letter, the buffer authorization, is Exhibit A to Ms. Libran's affidavit. And so our request is essentially to go back to the standard 20-foot setback that would allow the development of this parcel, would balance the interests of conforming the development of this parcel to the established neighborhood with the DEQ's interest and everyone's interest in preserving that riparian buffer area. So just very quickly, next slide, please, Eric. Just to quickly touch on these standards, unnecessary hardship would result from the strict application of the infill setback. As outlined in Ms. Libran's affidavit, if the infill setback were strictly applied here, there would be essentially insufficient buildable area on the parcel that is both behind the infill setback and in front of the riparian buffer area to construct a home that is in any way similar to the surrounding neighborhood. DEQ has also said that it simply will not allow the infill setback footprint, will not allow that encroachment into the riparian buffer. The hardship results from conditions peculiar to the property. The result here, of course, is the topography of the site, the degree of impact from the drainage easement, and then what is now the riparian buffer area under the DEQ rules. Going quickly to the next element, none of those circumstances were in any way created by Ms. Libran. The requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance. The requested variance would allow sufficient space to construct a single-family home that is consistent with the established neighborhood. That consistency with the established neighborhood is, one of the primary reasons we have the infill setback rules. And this is a situation where allowing the variance from those infill setback rules actually furthers the spirit and the purpose and the intent of that infill setback rule, because the property, if it had to be developed or if it were developed under those infill setback rules, would result in a structure or a dwelling that is inconsistent, to say the least, with the surrounding neighborhood. So with that, Mr. Chair, we again request that these materials be included in the record. Ms. Libran is here if the board has any questions, but we would ask that the board approve the variances requested.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. McGrath from the board? Hearing none, we have no one signed up to speak in support or opposition to this. We have wrapped up the commentary. I don't think that there's an additional closing statement to be made, although I will offer you that opportunity, Mr. McGrath.
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay, and Mr. Hodge, anything further from you based on what you've heard?
No, sir.
Okay, last chance for board questions. Okay, let's close the evidentiary hearing then and move to our deliberations. This is a variance. Commentary, discussion, or a motion are welcome.
I'll make a motion, we approve.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisill. We have a motion to approve, and we have a second.
Second.
Mr. Mile, thank you for your second. A motion to approve and a second. Further discussion? Let's move to our roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the motion to approve, excuse me, Ms. Rudisill?
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Mile.
Approve.
Thank you, Chairman Swing.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton.
Approve.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Let's move along to evidentiary hearing F. 2732 Full Circle L&D Crowley is the property owner. This is a variance BOA 0057-2021. Mr. Booker is back with us for this presentation. Assume you are unmuted.
It's just taking a moment to transfer presentation.
Quite all right.
One moment.
No problem.
So, Mr. Chair, unfortunately, Mr. Booker's mic is not working at the moment. Sure, what you'd like to do if you'd want to proceed to another case, and or we can hold to see if you can.
Well, he's in line for the next several cases. In fact,
All the cases.
all the cases, yes. So we will have to wait a moment and hope his microphone decides to come back and visit us.
Can he call in and present and then use phone? Is that an option?
Yes.
Can
Thanks.
you hear me?
Oh,
Are you able to hear me?
I hear
Hello?
you.
yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. I apologize. I don't know what is going on today.
Hey, no worries, it happens, but thank you for resolving it. And let's just jump into the case.
All right.
Once.
So this is for BOA 0057-2021, 2732 Full Circle. L&D Crowley, property owner, requests a 10-foot variance from the required 20-foot side street setback, which is results in a 10-foot side street setback. And this is set forth in Unified Development Ordinance Section 2.2.1.b.2. And this is for the construction of an addition to an existing detached house. So you can see here is just an aerial of the property. Is a 0.25 acre lot zoned R4. And here is the applicant provided plot plan. The proposed addition is shown there in red. And that concludes my presentation. I can hand it over to the applicant or answer any questions if needed.
Okay, any questions from the board for Mr. Booker? Okay, let's move to the applicant's case. Mr. McGrath or Mr. Essick, welcome, and you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Swing, members of the board. Chad Essick with Corner Sproul, 301 Fayetteville Street, Suite 1900. Here this afternoon on behalf of Ellen Crowley, requesting a 10-foot variance from the 20-foot side setback in the R4 zoning district Ms. Crowley is joining us here today and available to answer any questions, but as with the last case, in the effort to streamline some things, we've submitted an affidavit of Ms. Crowley for the board. In addition to that affidavit, we've also included 5 notarized letters from property owners, all of whom support this request. I've not heard from anyone in opposition, and it's my understanding no one signed up to speak in opposition. At the appropriate time, we'd ask that those materials, Mr. Chair, be included in the record.
Thank you.
Appreciate Justin's presentation. Try not to duplicate too much here. Next slide, please. So 2732 Full Circle is located in Stonehenge Park off Howard Road, near the intersection of Howard Road and Ray Road. The property sits at the intersection there of Full Circle and Stonehenge Park Drive. Stonehenge Park was platted in 2010, and at the time it was platted, Stonehenge Park Drive was planned to connect to Howard Road, providing an additional access to the subdivision. But as you can see, Stonehenge Park Drive, that's just to the west of Ms. Crowley's home, terminates into the back of a home that has now been constructed, and I'll give a little bit of the timeline. Next slide, please. This property, along with the majority of Stonehenge Park, was developed in 2012. Ms. Crowley bought her home in 2013. This aerial from 2014 shows the conditions that were on the ground at the time she purchased the property. You'll see the wooded lot just to the north where Stonehenge Park Drive right-of-way terminates. That property is at 2729 Howard Road. It was through that property that Stonehenge Park Drive was intended at one time to connect to Howard Road. This proposed condition, as outlined in Ms. Crowley's affidavit, was at the time she purchased the property shown on the city's then current comprehensive plan and street map. And at that time, Stonehenge Park was classified as a neighborhood street. In mid to late 2014, after she purchased the property to the north there at 2729 Howard Road was annexed into the city limits. We have attached to her affidavit some city council minutes from that annexation where she spoke about the impact of that and the development of the 2729 Howard Road property and how that would impact that future connection. We've also attached to her affidavit the minutes from the September 2nd, 2014 council meeting, where City Council considered various amendments to the comprehensive plan and street map. Among those amendments was the removal of the proposed extension of Stonehenge Park Drive to Howard Road and the neighborhood street classification from the comprehensive plan. Next slide. And this is just an excerpt from those minutes where the Stonehenge Park Drive extension was removed from the comprehensive plan and street map. Next slide, please. So the elimination of that planned extension of Stonehenge Park Drive and the development of the home on that lot to the north results in what is now just a dead-end street. It terminates at the rear of Ms. Crowley's property and is not and will not be a part of any extension through that property. As outlined in Ms. Crowley's affidavit, the Stonehenge Park HOA and her had several conversations with the city back when the Howard Road property was annexed and developed about closing that portion of Stonehenge Park Drive. They were informed that that would be a possibility, but it would require them to then remove all the asphalt and of that portion of Stonehenge Park Drive, which the cost of that would have been more than $40,000 to do that. There's also some utilities that run under the street. So closing the street, some of the logistics and costs of that, they decided not to pursue that option at that time. So what we were left with, again, is you have this street stub that is not going to be connected. There's no traffic on it. It's occasionally used for parking, but really it just functions as a three-way intersection there at Ramelia Lane, Full Circle, and Stonehenge Park Drive. Next slide. So in 2021, Ms. Crowley, as we're all starting to work from home, started looking at adding a small addition to her home to add a home office on the ground floor. In connection with that, she learned that although the Stonehenge Park Drive connection would not be made, it was still being treated as a side street and required a 20-foot side street setback because she was still considered a corner lot. The application of this setback measured from the right-of-way includes an additional 8 feet for sidewalks, which, given the closure of Stonehenge Park Drive, will never be constructed. So as you can see here, the proposed addition would extend 10 feet from the side of the home off the existing family room, which currently is 20.5 feet from the edge of the right-of-way, including that area that's reserved for sidewalks that, as I noted, will not be constructed. Next slide. And this just shows the floor plan of the addition off the family room. Next slide. And again, this is just the front elevation that shows the side addition to the home. So with all of that background and information, I want to briefly walk through the standards for the issuance of a variance. Unnecessary hardships from the strict application. Here, the hardship imposed is that we are being held to a side street setback for a road that really is not used for any traffic and is really just a dead-end street that will no longer be connected. The main reasons for having the side street setbacks serves two purposes: is to maintain sight triangles for safe travel around intersections, and then also to ensure that the side face of the home aligns with the front setbacks of homes that are constructed along the street. And neither of those purposes are served in this instance. As Ms. Crowley outlines in her affidavit, there's no neighborhood traffic that uses that stub, and there's no homes that will be constructed along Stonehenge Park Drive that would need to align with the side of her home. Additionally, when that stub was platted and the right-of-way was dedicated, it had an additional 8 foot of right-of-way dedication for the sidewalks, which, as I noted, will not be constructed since that extension will not be made in the future. This situation is unique to Ms. Crowley's property. Again, when she purchased the property, the idea was that there would be a street connection to Howard Road, which, as I've outlined, will not occur and has been removed from the street, the Raleigh street plan. These changes in circumstances were not caused by Ms. Crowley, and the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance is still being met with the 10-foot side setback being applied and staying within that, even with the addition being constructed. So with that, Mr. Chair, happy to answer any questions, or of course, as I mentioned, Ms. Crowley is here on the line to answer questions as well.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Essick. Board members, any questions regarding this case? Anyone? Hearing none, as was noted, no one signed up to oppose or speak in favor of this case. So I think we can, having just heard the remarks of Mr. Essick, I think we can go ahead and move to closing the evidentiary hearing and move to our deliberations. Anyone wish to offer a motion? Mr. Mile?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Mile. We have a motion to approve. A second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisill. We have a motion to approve and a second. Further discussion? Okay, let's move to our roll call vote.
Thank you. Having trouble with the space bar here. On the motion to approve, Mr. Mile?
Approve.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisill.
Approve.
Thank you, Chairman Swink.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton.
Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny.
Approve.
Thank you. That makes 5.
That's good. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Essick, for being expeditious with your presentation. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's move along now to evidentiary hearing G. This is 314 East Whitaker Mill Road. Revolution Homes LLC is the applicant. Renee King, representing the Christine Sasser heirs, is the property owner, and the variance is BOA 0058-2021. Mr. Booker, you're back.
Thank you. So yes, this is BOA 0058-2021, 314 East Whitaker Mill Road. Renee King, Christine Sasser heirs, is requesting a maximum 22.9 foot variance from the 39.8 to 48.6 foot required front yard setback. And this results in a 16.9 foot to 25.7 foot range for a front yard setback. This is set forth in Unified Development Section 5.3.F.3.A. And this requires that the front yard setback be within 10% the average front yard setback of houses on the same block face as the proposed dwelling for the construction of the detached house. The property shown here, it is a 0.14 acre lot. It's zoned R10, and it is located in the 5 Points East Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District. Shown here are two of the applicant provided plot plans showing the proposed dwelling. And with that, I will answer any questions that were provided back to the applicant for his presentation.
Thank you. I have a question. Could you go back one slide? And then forward one slide? Why are these different? I don't understand what the difference is in these two. I see parking pad has been moved to dwellings. Are they offering two proposals?
I will let the applicant answer that.
Okay.
This is two exhibits that they showed of options that
Okay.
is included within their application.
All right. Well, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Booker? Then let us move to the applicant. Mr. Birch is here today. Welcome, and you may represent the applicant with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Michael Birch, along with law partners, reaffirm my oath and also reaffirm the consent to the electronic meeting, and would ask that our application and presentation be included in the record. And I will actually turn it over to Ryan Johnson, Revolution Homes, the contract purchaser of the property. He will go through the presentation, and we'll be able to answer your question, Mr. Chair, about the two plot plans.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Johnson, would you state your address and your relationship to the case, and let me reaffirm your oath? Is Mr. Johnson muted or?
Yep, I think I'm unmuted now. It's my name's Ryan Johnson, and my address is 4126 Rockingham Drive, Raleigh.
And your relationship to the case is?
And I represent owner of Revolution Homes, and we have the property under contract, and we're the applicant.
Okay, very good. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank
you. Then go right ahead.
I try to make this pretty simple. We do a lot of building in this area and understand the NCOD. This is a little different area because along Whitaker Mill, it takes a turn. And just to kind of walk down this visual is up at the top in red is the NCOD front setback range is, 10% of the average of the entire block face. And it has the 300 block face and the 400 block face. So you have two block faces kind of in this total on this side of the street. And the two different sides of the street are very different. So we get a range of 39.8 feet to 48.6 feet. And what's interesting is if you look at this range, none of the houses on the block face fall within this range. Zero. So 0 houses fall within this range. What we've proposed is if you can look here on the left side, the 300 block, their front setback is 16.9 to 20.7. And, they're closer to the street because they have shorter lots. The lots are about 140 feet deep. And then on the right side, the 400 block face has a range, front setback range of 59 feet to 72 feet. And you can see those lots are 200 plus feet deep. So I kind of tried to draw some visuals to show you there's a orange line, dash line, that's the 16.9 of which is the, the front 10% of the 300 block face. And then the next one's a green one, which is the 25.7, which is kind of that shows you the range that we're looking to potentially build in. And then the red and blue show you the range that the NCOD requires. And what's interesting about that is as you do that, it ends up pinching that lot. So if you look at that buildable area, I use the side setbacks of 5 feet for the left and right side, which is the magenta line, to show you that, the hardship that this lot has based on the NCOD setback. But the interesting thing is every single house that's on this street, if any of them, if it got damaged during a tornado or need to be rebuilt, every single house on this block face would have to go before your board to get a variance, because none of them could be rebuilt at their current location based on the UDO and NCOD. So, so I wanted to show you that because, with what the rules are requiring is something that nobody else is doing. And with the way this street is and it flows, and there's a traffic light there at Pine to the right side of the front right of the lot, we're looking to be more uniform with the property on the 300 block face because, it's more within the line of the neighborhood, and it's got almost a natural divide there with the traffic light, because then it starts to transition to the east with the deeper lots and the bigger setbacks. So that's all I have at this time. I'd love to hear your questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Board members, do you have any questions for the applicant? Okay, hearing none. We do have one person who has signed up to speak regarding this case. Luann Charlton or Carlton, I'll allow you to correct me. If you are on the line.
Yes, it's Luann Charlton.
Charlton. Okay, thank you. Would you state your address and your relationship to the case and allow me to reaffirm your oath?
Yes, I live at 400 East Whitaker Mill Road. I'm the property owner to the left of this lot.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And go right ahead, please.
Yes, I have a major concern about my safety and the safety of anyone who visits me in being able to pull out of my driveway onto Whitaker Mill Road. Right now, with that lot being empty, it's very difficult for me to see around that curve. And I'm afraid that if the house extends, even farther out than the ones that are already there, that my ability to safely get out on the road is going to be challenged.
Okay. So your concern is specifically about being able to see safely to get out of your driveway?
Yes, right now, currently without a house next to me, I have to pull to the very end, and it's, as I said, very difficult for me to see. There is a light there, but people don't necessarily, cars, come through the light at times. And so I have to be very careful to make sure that I move, when the light is red, but it still doesn't, it's very complex right now. So if the house is sticking too far out there, I'm scared about my visibility.
Okay. Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions for Ms. Charlton? Mr. Johnson, you may ask Ms. Charlton your own questions if you have any.
Mr. Spink, is Mr. Birch or Mr. Mills on the line?
This is Michael. Yep.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we have that too, since it's an LLC.
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. And Mr. Swink, this is Michael Birch. I can just address that. I mean, I think, as with anything that would need to be built on this property, variance or no, the structure would need to stay out of the, site triangle of her property, to ensure, or her driveway, to ensure, that she has safe egress there now. And actually, if it's not able to see it on this aerial, but there's already actually a fence kind of up along this common property line, and that fence kind of terminates right around where our front yard setback would be. But I also want to turn it over to Mr. Johnson to address that as well.
Okay. Mr. Johnson.
Okay, unmuted, good. Yes, right now between her property and the property that I have under contract, there's a 6-foot wood privacy fence that if you look at this diagram, basically she lives on the property to the east, which has the larger setback. And there's a wood fence that extends almost all the way to the right of way. It might be 6 inches from the right of way. So there's a 6-foot wood privacy fence right now that's going to be that's 16 feet closer than the house that we propose, the closest we would be. And so we're actually not proposing to be any closer than any of the houses that are currently on the street. We're proposing to be further back than all of those that are on the west section. But I think part of the issue is there's a 6-foot wood privacy fence that goes all the way to the property corner at the right of way between her property and this property at 314 East Whitaker Mill. So I think there probably is an issue with that, and that would probably need to be removed. And I'm not sure, because part of that fence is on this property and part of it is on her property as it gets towards the rear of the property. So.
Okay, so you're stating that the house that you're proposing to build would be further back than the current fence placement?
It would be, yes, sir, because the current fence right now is at the right of way. Let's say its setback, its front setback is 0.
Okay. Okay. So anything else, Mr. Birch, or?
Yeah, Mr. Swink, this is Michael Birch. I just want to clarify. I know Ms. Charlton said she lived on the left-hand side. We're all kind of looking at a diagram, and so you may be confused. Ms. Charlton lives, if you're looking at the house from Whitaker Mill, or if you're looking at the vacant lot from Whitaker Mill Road, she owns the house on the left. If you're looking at the diagram right now that's in front of you, she owns the lot on the right-hand side, the one that's 185 to 200 feet in depth. So she owns, again, in the 400 block. So I first wanted to kind of make sure everybody was on the same page as to that. And then we just, kind of summarize the hardship here is that, the NCOD requires you to be within a certain range of the houses on your block face. It just so happens that on this side of Whitaker Mill, the block face includes not only the 300 block, but also the 400 block, because we're not split by, that block is not split by a road.
Right.
This property, which address 314, is even less deep than the lots in the 300 block, and is certainly much less deep than the lots in the 400 block. And then you couple that with the odd kind of pie shape of the lot, which pinches it further as you're forcing that house back. And so what we're proposing in terms of a setback, again, provides a good transition from the 300 block to the 400 block, while at the same time ensuring that there is a reasonable buildable area on the property.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, so having heard Ms. Charlton, I just want to be clear, was there anything else you wanted to say about this case? I think you made your point very clearly, but is there anything else? I want to give you that opportunity. Muted, perhaps?
Yes, the piece of fence that has been discussed, I have was informed that that belongs to the lot that's in question now. And so if that's the case, then, could there be plans to take that piece of fence down or put one that with better visibility?
Yes.
And then just to clarify also, are you saying that the house will not extend beyond where that fence extends right now?
Yes, ma'am. This is Ryan with Johnson with Revolution. We will take that fence down back to a reasonable spot because I agree with you. It's hard to see through there. It blocks field of view. And the new house will not be anywhere near far forward as that fence. It's actually, the house is not going to be as far forward as any of the houses on that west side of Whitaker Mill. Because we need room to get a driveway and things in there as well. So it's going to be pushed back.
And hopefully you and I can just talk offline about that fence.
We can, because I want to make sure we if it's on your property, I don't want to damage any of it, but see what part you want to keep and want to get rid of. I'm open to removing it and putting something else up there, like a black iron or nothing, if we need to.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you both for clarifying that. That's good. We appreciate that. Okay, so we've heard from everyone involved in the case. Again, Mr. Birch, any last word from you in the way of closing comments?
No, sir.
Okay, Mr. Booker, anything from staff side that you want to point out?
No, sir.
And board members, last chance for questions. Okay, and then let's close the evidentiary hearing and move to our board deliberations. Again, this is a variance. Entertain discussion or a motion. I will move approval of this case so we can move things along. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Mile, thank you for the second. We have a motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion? Then let's move to a roll call vote.
Thank you. On the motion to approve, Chairman Swank.
Approve.
Thank you. Mr. Mile.
Approve.
Thank you. Ms. Rudisil.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny.
Approve.
Thank you. That makes 5.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Now, evidentiary hearing H. This is 2301 Everett Avenue. Carolyn M. Elliott is the property owner of variance BOA 0059-2021. So Mr. Booker brings up to speed.
Thank you. So yes, this is BOA 0059-2021, 2301 Everett Avenue. Carolyn M. Elliott is requesting a 6-foot variance from the required 10-foot side setback, which results in a 4-foot side setback as set forth in Unified Development Ordinance 3.2.8.b.2. This is for parking. Here's the property as shown, highlighted in red. It is a 0.25 acre lot zoned OX3 within the Oberlin Village neighborhood conservation overlay district located at 2301. And That here is the applicant provided site plan showing the proposed parking. And that concludes my presentation. I'm open for questions and otherwise can hand it over to the applicant.
Okay, could you summarize for me again just what the specific variance request is?
Yes, the variance request is a 6-foot variance from the required 10-foot side setback, and it will result in a 4-foot side setback.
Okay. All right, thank you. Other questions for Mr. Booker? Okay, let's go to the applicant. Molly Stewart, I believe you're with us today. If you would proceed with your presentation.
Hi, Chair Swink. This is Keegan, the moderator. I will unmute Molly. I just wanted to make a comment for all the rest of the participants that you should be unmuted until I unmute you for the first time, but after that point, you should have control over muting and unmuting yourself.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group. I'd like to request that our application materials and presentation be admitted to the record. I'll also note as we get started that the present request that we're considering relates only to the right-hand side of the drawing that's on your screen. The next request on the agenda today pertains to the left-hand portion of that drawing. So these do very much go together. However, I'm happy to proceed with just presenting that right-hand side for now. You'll find that these are very similar requests. So the situation that we have here is that we have these two existing parcels today. They are in separate ownership. Both are intended to be used for some additional parking for nearby medical uses, WakeMed medical office buildings that are nearby. The parcel width, these existing parcel widths, and I will try to focus on the right-hand side here. These are just a hair too narrow to efficiently accommodate parking with standard dimensions. And so you see on your screen there that right angle parking, and that comes with requirements for not only the setback that we're here to discuss today, but also the length of each parking space and the widths of the drive aisle. And so once you put all those things together, you're just a little bit over the width of that existing lot. And to comply in this case would actually result in the removal of 9 of the 22 parking spaces on this parcel. So you see that the benefit in this case, actually, just because we're really only talking about that western setback from the other parking lot, the benefit is simply not there. And of course, that is a major reduction in the parking available and the convenience of that parking for the patients using those medical office buildings nearby. So I'll proceed to kind of go through the hardship standards here. And we talked about the first one, the unnecessary hardship. And this is due to that shape of the parcel and the kind of major consequences of kind of strict compliance with the ordinance here. And that the condition that is peculiar to the property here is that that lot width that is just so close to allowing for strict compliance in this case. This lot has existed prior to this plan and prior to this this site plan that you see and was not caused by this. And the request is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance for many reasons, but in particular, the intent of a setback, in particular parking setback, is simply to ensure that the parking spaces are not too close to that neighbor right on top of that property line. And here, we have both owners here today. Both of these requests pertain to the same property line, and both owners are here making very similar requests. And so, that concern really goes away. So this is a very simple request that we have in front of us. Overall, the two requests are very similar and would result in a loss of about 40% of the spaces that could be provided, convenient to the medical use. And I can answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, great, thank you. I have a couple questions for you, and I'll open it up to the board as well. The second case, and Ms. Hill, just stay on top of this one to help me. The second case is really the mirror of the first case. Is that correct?
Correct.
The request for the numbers may vary slightly or not.
The only difference in the request in the second case here, strict compliance would result in the loss of 9 of 23 spaces, and on the western, 9 of 22 spaces, and on the western parcel it would be 9 of 23 spaces. And then you see there that the actual number of feet in the request is a little bit different. And you see that right along that property line as it's called out here.
Okay, thank you. What I would like to do is I'd like to look at these concurrently and vote on them separately, but since they're basically the same case in mirror, unless any board member has an objection to that, I think they're both so clear, we can do that. Now, my second question is, and this may be for staff, but Ms. Stewart, maybe you can answer it. Does this have any impact on any required landscaping provisions, parking lot landscaping provisions?
My understanding is that that doesn't apply along this property line. However, we do have Kristen Stanziel with us, who is working on the site plan and could answer that for us.
Okay, Ms. Stanzial, let me bring you in officially, and then I can ask you that question. If you would, state your name officially for the record, your address, and your relationship to the case. And assume you're being unmuted.
Apologies, one moment. Not seeing her name listed. Oh, there it is.
Hey, hi, this is Kristen Stanziel. I live at 139 Daneborg Road in Durham, and I am the project landscape architect and project manager on this project.
Okay, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, so can you answer my question about any impacts on required landscaping relative to this request?
Sure. There should not be any impacts to required landscaping. There's a transition yard to the far west, as well as to the far east. So we're providing the required fence and vegetation along those boundaries.
So if you're on a work spot, it might be.
However, it does not impact required planting between the two parcels.
Yeah, there it is. That's that guy.
Okay, we're getting some background noise. Is that it?
1 second.
Okay. Okay, so that answers my question. So this does not have a negative impact on any required landscaping. Okay. Board members, any other questions? Any questions for Ms. Stewart or Ms. Stanzial?
Yes, I have one question for clarification. And that screen just keeps going in and out there. But when you come down, and this pictures is shown here, this diagram. When you come down right under it says property line TYP. On one side you got 6.47, on the other side you got 4.38.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but on the diagram that was submitted to us that I'm looking at is showing 3.47 and 4.38. So is this a typo or?
No, sir. The document that you're seeing on the screen is the updated site plan that was recently submitted to the city of Raleigh for our SPR review. The dimension on the western parcel was reduced based on impervious requirements. In order to reduce impervious area, those spaces were converted to compact parking, and that in turn increased the setback from the internal property line.
This is Molly Stewart. I'd also like to add that that dimension, that 6.47 foot dimension, applies kind of on that southern portion of the property line. But if you go north, you see that narrows quite a bit. And Kristen, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that is still at 3.47.
That's correct. The dimensions on the north did not change.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mile. Other questions?
Yeah, this is Steve Kenny. I have a question for the applicant. It seems to me that y'all are asking for more spaces, more parking spaces than the code allows. And I'm looking at 2 rectangular parcels. So I guess I'm wondering if y'all could explain what exactly the hardship is really here. Thank you.
Sure. So the issue isn't one of kind of the number of spaces. We're not here asking for any sort of deviation from the parking that is permitted here. What we're asking for is simply a setback change. And so with respect to the setback and the ability to fit parking spaces on these parcels, that hardship relates to the shape of the parcels and in particular the width. And so the way that parking lots work, there's sort of a logic to their dimensions and their minimum dimensions side to side. So when you have that 90-degree parking, it's got minimum space lengths and minimum drive aisles, and then adding in the setbacks, it just comes very close, but does not actually strictly meet the requirements of that setback. So it's the width of the lot that's creating that hardship.
Okay. Other questions?
Yeah, I guess just to clarify, I think you're saying the hardship is the lots won't allow as many spaces as the client wants.
Yeah, so that's true. It's that unnecessary hardship that's the standard to be met. So the unnecessary hardship is the resulting from the strict application of the ordinance, and in this case, that would not permit the parking that's needed for the medical use. And the unnecessary part comes from the lack of benefit of meeting that setback. As we went through that, the purpose of that setback is to really provide a buffer to that neighbor, and in this case, the neighbor is here making the same request along the same property line.
So the buffer request is between the two lots, and it's
In
okay.
both cases.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Kennedy, anything else?
No, Chairman Swing.
Anyone else have a question? Okay, well then let's move along here. We have no one signed up. Anyone else signed up to speak? So in terms of closing statements, Ms. Stewart, anything you would like to add in the way of a closing statement?
No, simply just to remind the board that what we have here are two property owners in agreement that that they would like to proceed with the plan that you see on your screen. There is no outside party being affected by this request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Booker, anything else from you?
No, sir.
Okay, last chance for board questions. Okay, we're going to close both evidentiary hearings, but we're going to speak to the cases separately. So let's start with the 2301 Everett Avenue. That's 59-2021. And it's a variance that's being requested. So I'll open it up to discussion or commentary, concerns, or perhaps a motion.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Mile. We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Yeah, this is Steve King. I'll just comment that I don't really see a hardship here, but if both of these owners are fine with it, I mean, I think that's just fine. And I'll be a second on this.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny. I appreciate that. We have a motion to approve and a second. Any further comment or discussion? So on this particular case, we'll do the roll call vote.
Thank you. Just want to make sure I got Mr. Kenny's comment in there before I put up the vote.
Sure.
On the motion to approve, Mr. Mile?
Are you voting separately? I'm sorry.
Voting, yes, this is separate.
The motion to approve for 2301 Everett.
Thank
Exactly. We have one motion. Yes.
Yes, that's that. We understood that it is that one.
Yes.
Mr. Mile?
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny.
Approve.
Thank you, Chairman Swain.
Approve.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisill.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton.
Approve.
Thank you. That makes 5.
Okay, thank you. That's the first one. And the second case, similar case, this is 2303 Everett. This is 0060-2021. Again, a variance. Entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisill. May I have a second?
A second.
Is that Mr. Mile?
Steve Kenny.
Oh, I'm sorry, didn't see that. Thank you, Mr. Kenny. A motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion? Then, once again, let's move to our roll call vote.
Thank you. On the motion to approve for 2303 Everett Avenue, Ms. Rudisill?
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny.
Approve.
Thank you, Chairman Swink.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Mile.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton.
Approve.
Thank you.
That's good. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Kenny, for your observations. That was helpful. Okay, moving along, we have, we're not hearing evidentiary hearing J. We already had that one withdrawn. It takes us to evidentiary hearing K. This is 525 Marlowe Road. James M. Tanner III and Michelle R. Tanner, the property owners. This is a variance, BOA 0062-2021. Mr. Booker?
Yes, thank you. So yes, this case BOA 0062-2021, 525 Marlowe Road. James M. Tanner III and Michelle R. Tanner request a 3.3 foot variance from the 61.3 foot to 102.1 foot required primary street setback, which results in a 58 foot primary street setback. And this is set forth in Unified Development Ordinance Section 2.2.7.C1B, which requires the primary street setback to be within 25% of the median setbacks within the comparative sample, based on the subject property's lot width being more than 80 feet. And this is in association with the construction of a detached house. Here's the property shown highlighted in red. It is a 0.4 acre lot zoned R4, located at 525 Marlowe Road. And here is the applicant provided plot plan showing the proposed dwelling. At this point, I'll entertain any questions or hand it over to the applicant.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for staff? Okay, let's move along to either Mr. Essick or Mr. McGrath. Welcome. Presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Swink. Colin McGrath with Pointer Sproul. I'll be pinch hitting for Mr. Essick on this one, who had to get on the road for another hearing this evening. But here today on behalf of Jimbo and Michelle Tanner, who are the property owners and applicants of 525 Marlowe Road, in connection with their request for a 3.3 foot variance from the infill setback range. This will allow the property to be developed under the infill setback calculation that was in effect when the Tanners purchased the property and began designing their home. Mr. Tanner, as well as John Sanders, the Tanners home builder, are joining us this afternoon. They're available to answer any questions, but like our other cases, members of the board, we've submitted affidavits from both gentlemen. In addition, we've included 4 notarized letters from neighboring property owners, including the neighbors on both sides of the property, all of whom support the request. We've not heard from anyone in opposition to the request, and as I understand it, no one has signed up to speak in opposition. Appreciate Justin's presentation. Next slide, please, Justin. So 525 Marlowe is located in Drury Hills, just off Lasser Mill near North Hills, and the property specifically is just south of the Drummond Drive and Marlowe Road intersection. As the board's likely aware and can be seen just from this aerial, this section of Drury Hills has seen a fair amount of redevelopment in recent years. The property here was bought by Mr. and Mrs. Tanner on December 29th, 2020 to redevelop and construct their new single-family home in a manner consistent with the property shown on this aerial. Next slide, please. So in connection with the purchase of the property, the Tanners were provided with a survey of the lot showing the then existing single-family home and the then existing infill setbacks. This is that survey that was provided, and it shows the as of December 29th, 2020, the infill setback range of 58 feet to 96.6 feet. As laid out in Mr. Tanner's affidavit, the buildable area available on the parcel was a large part of their decision to purchase the property. The Tanners, even before they purchased the property, were working with Mr. Sanders and his company. They were working with a design team, an architect and a landscape architect. And all of those folks hit the ground running as soon as they purchased the property December 29th, 2020, and began designing the Tanner home. In connection with that design work, a substantial amount of work was performed, substantial amount of cost incurred to design a home that fits this the infill setback shown on this property and maximize the available room to the rear of the property. And we'll talk a little bit about the rear of the property here in a second. But it wasn't until early October of this year that after much of that work had been performed, that the Tanners were first informed that the method of calculating the infill setback range had changed with TC 4-20. TC 4-20 became effective December 31st, 2020, just after they purchased the property, but it wasn't incorporated into the published UDO until the spring. Next slide, please. So where that left the Tanners is shown on this slide. TC 4-20 made several changes to the method of calculating that infill setback, but as it applies to the property, the result is shown here. The infill setback range is pushed back from what used to be 58 feet, no closer than 58 feet to Marlowe Road, to now 61.3 feet from Marlowe Road. So a 3.3 foot change that requires the home to be pushed 3.3 feet further from Marlowe. Without getting into too many of the details about exactly what TC 4-20 changed, prior to TC 4-20, they could use a home at 601 Marlowe in the infill setback calculation. They're no longer permitted to use that one and have to stay with the 4 homes on the same block base, which increased the setback range. So as a result of the new setback, this is the proposed dwelling. You'll see that the covered porch now encroaches slightly into the rear setback, but it reduces the rear yard of the home. And additionally, in connection with pushing the home further back, the driveway had to be extended and slightly redesigned, which results in an increase in impervious area. As Mr. Tanner testified in his affidavit, these impacts taken together are significant enough that compliance with the current infill setback would require significant alteration to the proposed home, the proposed home being specifically designed for that 58-foot setback. Further, because the design of the new home was just about to the building permit stage, that redesign and alteration comes with some fairly significant costs. Next slide, please. This slide just walks through the timeline here. The survey that was relied on was dated November 19th, 2020. They're working with design folks in December 29, they close. December 31, TC 4-20 becomes effective. Next slide, please. Now, what makes the application of the new infill setback rules much more difficult than simply moving the house back in this case is some property-specific issues, including the size and shape of this parcel. As you can see just from the aerial here, the parcel is significantly more shallow than those surrounding parcels on the same side of Marlowe Road. The property here is only about 140 to 140 feet deep from the right-of-way. The other properties included in the sample of parcels for the setback calculation range from over 150 feet all the way up to 266 feet. So as a result of the new infill setback calculation, applying the greater setback disproportionately impacts 525 Marlowe because the lot is significantly shallower than those and even the comparative setback sample. With the shallower lot, as Mr. Tanner testified in his affidavit, the existing home doesn't fit the property if strict compliance with the increased setback is required. The home will have to be significantly altered to avoid these impacts, including the encroachment into and significant reduction of the already shallow rear yard. So it's for that reason, particularly the impact to the rear yard, the impact to the increased impervious area, that we've made the variance request. And next slide, please. Just touch on these briefly. The unnecessary hardship that would result here, as outlined in Mr. Tanner's affidavit, strict application of the greater infill setback range would require significant additional design work. It would result in an increase in impervious surface area. As Mr. Tanner also testified in his affidavit, the rear yard of the home, which is already significantly smaller than adjoining properties, would be even more significantly reduced if the current infill setback calculation was applied. And this 3.3 foot deviation, actually, can we go to the previous slide, Justin? This 3.3 foot deviation, while it would make the world of difference, as testified in Mr. Tanner's affidavit, to their use and enjoyment of the parcel, given the curvature of Marlowe Road that you see here, the 3.3 foot, moving the home 3.3 feet closer than the current setback would require, as Mr. Tanner testified in his affidavit, Mr. Sanders in his, and as some of the neighborhood support letters would suggest, really isn't going to make a difference to individuals driving or walking down Marlowe. It's not going to be a perceivable change. But again, it makes all the difference in the world to the Tanners. And applying that 58-foot setback still results in a home that is further away from Marlowe Road than several others in the immediate vicinity, including the parcel directly across the street. All of that, again, comes with the fact that because this property is significantly more shallow than adjoining lots, every foot the home gets pushed further from Marlowe Road is a disproportionate impact on the rear yard as compared to other parcels around it. You can go back to the next slide if you don't mind, Justin. Conditions are peculiar to the property. This again largely results because of the lot size. It is significantly shallower than the lots around it. And again, that disproportionate impact of the current infill setback as compared to the lots that are used to calculate that infill setback. And additionally, the circumstances and the timing of the enactment of TC 4-20 are also unique here. The hardship did not result from actions taken by the applicant or property owner. Our view is the hardship here really comes from a couple of things. It's the timing of TC 4-20, as well as the shallow lot size. The lot is in the same condition it was when the Tanners acquired it. That's not a hardship caused from actions of the Tanners. And then finally, the requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance. Again, the infill setback requirements strive for consistency in established neighborhoods. Allowing development under the prior infill setback, just that 3.3 foot variance, would allow the Tanners to develop the property in a manner that is consistent with what's established. Again, given the curvature of Marlowe Road, that 3.3 foot deviation is not going to be a perceivable or noticeable change if you're walking or driving down Marlowe Road. But again, it's a significant difference for the Tanners and their use and enjoyment of the property. And again, even with the 3.3 foot reduction, the setback here is still greater than several parcels in the immediate area. As further evidence of the consistency with the spirit, purpose, and intent, we'd again refer to those four notarized letters of support from the property owners and the fact that, to our knowledge, no one has signed up in opposition. So With that, I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have, as are Mr. Tanner and Mr. Sanders. But we would respectfully request the board grant the variance and that our materials be included in the record.
Okay, thank you very much. Board members, any questions for Mr. McGrath? Anything?
None for me. I think I'll make a motion to approve.
Well, thank you. I'll come right back to you as soon as I get through the official language here. So if there's nothing further from the board, and Mr. McGrath, you have pretty much summed up your comments. I trust you have nothing else to say.
Other than to thank you all for your patience this afternoon.
Of course. And Mr. Booker, I trust from the staff side, there's nothing else to add.
Yes, sir. Nothing else to add.
And then I will officially close the evidentiary hearing and move it back to a board deliberations. And Ms. Rudisill, I welcome your motion at this time.
Yeah, sorry to be premature. I'm going to move to approve.
I appreciate your enthusiasm. Thank you. Anyone wish to offer a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Mile. We have a motion to approve and a second. Further discussion? Then let's move to our roll call vote.
Thank you. On the motion to approve, Ms. Rudisill.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Mile.
Approve.
Thank you, Chairman Swing.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny.
Approve.
Thank you. That makes 5.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. We had an earlier case that we held to now. I want to find out what the status of that is. This was the 398 Carolina Avenue. It's a variance case. Is that, are we still going to revisit that case today? I think that was Mr. Booker's, your case. Do you know what the status of that is?
I believe that was Eric's case. Is that correct? Rack Street.
I have you here.
No, it's the Carolina Avenue with the driveway.
Carolina Avenue, that's right.
I think Mr. Birch has, you might want to ping him and see if he has an update, because I think he might.
Mr. Birch, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Thanks again for deferring this. I know y'all been on a long time. So I believe we come to a agreement. I've shared draft language with Ms. Hill and can explain it at a high level if you'd like, Mr. Chair. And then you can, I guess then if Mr. Kinsicki is on to kind of get his, feedback on if that's where we are and acceptable.
Yeah. The question had to do with the stormwater and the drainage issue, and you guys were going to work it out. So you're suggesting to me that it has been worked out. Is that in the form of a condition?
Yes, sir, it is.
If you would fill us in on what that is, please, and then we'll check with Mr. Kinsicki.
Great, thank you. So the way the condition would read would be, prior to approval of a final inspection, and I've sent this draft language to Ms. Hill, so she has it, if you don't need to write it down. So prior to approval of final inspection associated with the zoning permit for the widened driveway, the property owner shall, 1, install 1 tree on the east side of the driveway. On the east side of the driveway. 2, install 1 tree of at least that has a height at maturity of at least 25 feet on the west side of the driveway. 3, install 8 shrubs in a line between the west side of the driveway and the common property line with 400 Carolina Avenue. Number 4, limit the width of the driveway on the property to not to exceed 16 feet in width, and that's as measured by the existing side of the driveway on the east side. So that that east side of the driveway is going to remain constant. any widening will occur on the left or the west side, but in no event will the width be greater than 16 feet, as measured across on the property. And then fifth, this relates to the stormwater. So within that drainage area along the common boundary line between 398 and 400 Carolina Avenue, the property owner will kind of redo the inlet drain so that it will actually receive the water draining toward it. If the existing drain pipe from that inlet is 4 inches in diameter or less, then the owner will upsize it to a minimum of 6 inches in diameter. And the drain line will be extended from its current terminus to the edge of the tree line in the rear yard of the properties. And I believe that is all. And just to touch on some of the board questions, I think about maybe the work itself. Any work that involves installation of things in the ground, you've got to call the was it the 811 before you dig, kind of the no cuts line. So that'll be done. And again, this work will be done overseen by a general contractor. So if there is something, the general contractor is insured, bonded, et cetera. And obviously any issues will be looked to the general contractor. So, and there will be a side agreement between Mr. Kinsicki and Mr. Watson that deals with assurances about the work and that everything's kind of restored after the work. So.
Okay.
May I ask 3 clarifying questions real quick? Because I do have the language, but I heard something, Mr. Birch, then that I want to make sure I have it right. On the condition about the height, the 25 feet height maturity of the tree, you said that with the tree installed on the west side of the driveway. Is that also for the tree on the east side of the driveway?
It really mattered to the Mr. Kinsicki on the west side. I think what we did for one, we can do for both. So we're happy to apply it to both, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you mentioned a condition about the 16 feet that I missed, the 4th condition you read.
Yes. Yeah. So the driveway width on the property will not exceed 16 feet in width as measured from the existing edge of pavement on the east side of the driveway.
Got it. And then with the shrubs, I have here install 8 shrubs in a line on the west side of the driveway. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question regarding that 16-foot dimension. Does that in any way, I don't remember what the original variance request was for. So does that change the number that was requested in terms of?
No, sir. The number that was requested was an overall kind of square footage.
Okay.
And by limiting it to no more than 16 feet, we'll be well within and below, believe, the variance request.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear that we weren't approving something that was different from what had been advertised. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I would just say too, can staff confirm that 16 feet in width is going to suffice for the UDO parking spaces? I'm assuming if it already is that width, that's okay.
Yes, I can double check. I'm looking right now.
Any other input on the enforceability of the conditions? I didn't have any more questions, but I would just make sure that staff also is okay with the enforceability of them.
Catherine, this is Edward Kinsicki. That was my question as well. Is I understand that we're making this negotiation with you all involved, but yet these agreements are not enforceable by you. So are they? Or from what I understand, once you approve this driveway, all conditions are between me and the other homeowner.
No, so what's being proposed right now is if the board wanted to, they haven't voted yet, but they could choose to vote to approve with conditions. They can impose conditions whether or not the property owner agrees to them. But Mr. Birch has put forth 5 proposed conditions. And if the board wanted to accept those and approve the request with those conditions, they will be a condition that is that must be met for the variance. So it is a condition of approval. Now, with respect to when those things would happen, the way the condition language that Mr. Birch offered reads is that it would be prior to the approval of the final inspection associated with the zoning permit for the widening of the driveway, that those conditions must be met. So what would happen, and staff might be able to speak better to this, is that when they come in to get their zoning permit to widen the driveway, they can't get their final certificate of compliance or CO until all of these conditions are met. So they are enforceable, and they are part of they would be part of both the variance approval, which is something that's enforceable kind of on the complaint-based side, but also on the permitting side, they are going to be required to be met prior to the final CO.
So to be clear, that means the driveway will be the last step in this whole process.
Yeah, I think what staff confirmed earlier, I think Eric Hodge was on the line and said earlier that after the variance is just something you have to get approved before you get your permit. They still would have to go get a zoning permit to widen the driveway.
I think the neighbor's asking that this drainage improvement occurs before the driveway widening, not commensurate or after, I believe.
That is correct.
And so that would have to be a condition of the permit, but it would trigger some additional inspection. We typically don't inspect that sort of thing before we're there to inspect everything's completion. I don't know about the procedures.
Mr. Birch can speak this, but my understanding is that was the applicant's intent, was that it would be done. So maybe it should be changed to prior or to issuance of the zoning permit, or as a condition of the zoning permit for the widening of the driveway, all the following must be satisfied. I mean, staff, you just tell us what's the best way to do that.
This is Michael Birch. I think that doing it prior to, I mean, there's going to be a level of inspection either way. So, it doesn't make sense to do the work out there on the drain. You wouldn't want to do that necessarily before the driveway, because obviously you want to make sure that it's going to be capturing everything from the driveway. So it kind of needs to be done at the same time, as a part of it all. And we knew that there was a required final inspection, on the back end. And so that was kind of out there as part of enforcement standpoint, but
I think the neighbor, not to speak for him, had concerns about, the runoff that would be occurring in the interim. So had some desire to have that in place prior, I believe. He can speak more to that, but that's what I was hearing.
Well, if they're not exercising even if they're granted this variance, if they decide not to go forward, I mean, with the driveway, which they don't have to, the driveway widening, then, I mean, I don't think there should be a condition to make them put in drainage improvement projects until because they already have something on the ground.
I think they just wanted it prior to permit issuance. I don't know if he's muted or not.
Okay, well, so how should it read then for?
But again, I'm hearing a disconnect from the applicant's team. It's about timing, I think.
What?
Can I speak?
Yes, Doug, yeah, if you want to address it.
Okay. I'm going to speak with my general contractor hat on, because I am a general contractor, and this, that's what I do. So Michael made a point a minute ago, we can't do the final drain inlet redo up at the front where it's an issue now until we get the driveway in, because once we put the pitch of the driveway, then the water from the driveway may not actually go into that drain. However, what we can do is we can go ahead and extend the back drain. We could do that maybe next week. We could go ahead and extend the back drain out to the woods just to get that done to show good faith. But at the front, you know, we gotta move a little bit of dirt. When I'm talking about 4 or 5 inches of dirt, we got to make sure that the final pitch of the driveway is sloped so that the water flows to the drain. So if I put the drain in first and then the driveway don't work out, then I just got to tear the drain back out and do it again. But certainly are willing, and as from a general contractor standpoint, we can do the back part to at least solve the issue of his backyard. We can do that, you know, like I said, next week.
Mr. Kinsicki, are you feeling, how are you feeling about this?
I'm comfortable with that. Doug and I have been speaking all day. We've come to these conditions. My only, basically, I was just wondering, does this involve any sort of approval with Raleigh, or is it just like pretty much once that driveway is allowed to go forth, then it's a gentleman's agreement between me and Doug? So I'm okay to move forward. I know we're running real long and you guys have had a long day because I've been here most of it. So I just hope that we can move forward. The one thing that was noted in his 5 steps was number 3 was to install 8 shrubs on the driveway. That's something that Doug and I would be working on the placement of. So that may not be right on the driveway. It could be on the property line to help divert this water into that drain. And then the 16 feet was simply the 16-foot width is simply to follow the east side contour of that driveway to make it snake in the same contour as that right side. So just to clarify how Doug and I had spoken about it. So I really do appreciate all your time.
Thank you. Thank you for staying with us. Okay. Unless someone else needs to say something, board members, if you have any questions about this to anyone, to Claire.
Chairman Swain, based on the conditions I've heard, you know, from the applicant, you know, with the comments that's been made by Mr. Birch, I think the language is sufficient.
Thank you.
Can you get real quick? I'm still trying to get clarity from staff on this 16 feet in width. I want to make sure that that's not saying, because what I have right now is the driveway width and the property will not exceed 16 feet in width. Is that correct? Or it should be 16 feet in depth?
Width.
Because per the staff report, it says that the UDO requires the dimensions for a parking space must be 18 feet in length. Okay, 8.5 in width. So we're saying 16 feet. Okay, if everybody's good with that, then I'm good with that. I just want to make sure that we're not doing something contrary to the UDO.
I mean, theoretically, they may have not enough width to count as 2 cars wide, but they're not required anything more than 2 cars.
All right, I'm good then. Thank you.
Okay, great. That's good. Let's be clear. Anyone else? Okay, then I think we will officially close the evidentiary hearing at this point. And thank you all for your work this afternoon to get us to this point. We have 5 conditions that have been proposed. If we entertain a motion, the motion needs to speak to those 5 conditions or additional conditions or none, as you choose. It's a board option. But in the spirit of the work that's been done to reach these 5, I would certainly encourage us to contemplate including them. So anyone care to make a motion?
Yeah, I'm really encouraged to hear that the property owners have worked together to reach a resolution, which I think will be helpful for them going forward to get everything done that needs to be done. So I would make a motion and include their conditions.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisill. I appreciate your comment as well. Is there a second to this? I'll second. I'll offer the second. So we have a motion and a second. And I will echo, I appreciate the effort of the neighbors to work together to solve this problem. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Then let's move to our roll call vote, please.
Thank you. On the motion to approve with the conditions as offered by the applicant?
Is he okay? Is he okay?
Ms. Rudisill?
Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Swank.
Approve.
Minutes.
Mr. Mile?
Approve.
Thank you. Mr. Sutton?
Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny.
Approve.
That makes 5. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you all for helping us get to this. Okay, let's move now to our other business. Approval of the minutes from our November 8th, 2021 meeting. I was not here. I'll welcome a motion to approve. Any additions or corrections? Then let's move along.
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Motion to approve. Mr. Sutton is a second.
I think I heard Ms. Rudisill second that.
Yeah, I seconded it.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, motion to approve in a second. All right. Well,
Thank you.
roll call vote.
To approve the minutes. Sorry. Mr. Sutton?
Approve.
Ms. Rudisill?
Approved.
Thank you. Chairman Swank?
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Mile.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny.
Approve.
Thank you. That's done.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Ms. Hill, Catherine, anything for us today?
No, it was a lot.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Marathon.
One thing I will throw out too is that, and hopefully we're going to be able to meet again in person soon. And so that might be a good opportunity to do some type of training. I know that, or just get together or something. I know we had talked about that pre-COVID. I had promised you one of those. So if you're still interested, let me know, especially that special use permit case kind of triggered something. There was a recent case from the North Carolina Supreme Court that if you're interested in hearing more details about it, I think it'd be good for us to talk about that one, at least with special use permits. So just keep that in mind, and maybe we can start talking about if y'all want to do something like that. I think previously we had tried to do it yearly. So that's just something to throw out.
Thank you. Well, I look forward to getting together face to face in the new year. So anyone else have anything they wish to offer? Let me say happy holidays to all of you. Thank you for your work today. It was a long day. I appreciate your persistence and your patience. And I do truly look forward to seeing you in the new year whenever we finally get together. So everyone stay safe over the holidays.
Happy holiday, everyone.
Holidays.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye-bye.